A very good morning to one and all. On behalf of the Center for Skill Development, I welcome you all to the second day of the National Skill Convention 2022. The 2-day program is designed to provide a holistic insight into the digital interventions and best practices for skilling India. Organized under the aegis of Symbiosis Center for Skill Development, funded by Rashtra Uchatar Shiksha Abhiyan, RUSA. On the first day, we had an amazing, insightful deliberation by experts from BFSI sector, human resource, and social entrepreneurs. Today also, we look forward to having a great journey in upskilling ourselves through insightful sessions with our distinguished speakers. It takes me immense pleasure to invite our beloved Vice Principal, Dr. Tessie Tadatil, for the introduction of the Day 2 of National Skill Convention 2022. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nessie. Respected Principal Dr. Soman, Dr. Nilofer Rena, convener of this convention, Dr. Anil Adagle, IQAC head, faculties of our college, and other colleges, attendees from all over India, and our dear students, and of course, our first speaker, Dr. Kapil, who is here for the first session. On behalf of the college, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to this event on digital interventions and best practices for skilling India, which, as Nissi mentioned, is under the aegis of the Symbiosis Center for Skill Development, which is funded by RUSA. So as we all know, digitalization has descended on us, it has engulfed us, and we must ride this wave with dexterity and efficiency. Because of the proliferation of mobile phones, internet, social media in India, digital technology has become an instrument of access as well as empowerment. Those still out of the loop of digitalization have to be pulled in, and we have to turn it in our favor. We have to make sure there is a manifold increase in productivity, reach, as well as inclusiveness. It's up to us what we do with it. There is urgency, there is need to move to lifetime employability for everyone, irrespective of his economic status and digitalization. And rather, digitalization offers great promise. Yesterday, there were a number of speakers who touched upon various aspects of digitalization. Antara Bhadri spoke on classroom to mobile learning, and we also had lovely talks by Ms. Pallavi Tak and Mr. Supratim Chowdhury, who tackled various aspects of digitalization. And we had an extremely insightful talk by Mr. Samir Jain, who talked about how skilling was being done in corporation schools. Today, we have an extremely interesting lineup of speakers who will be sharing their journey and expert advice in relation to digitalization, and also a valedictory session which will dwell upon digitalization and how to integrate it into the curriculum. So as we go along, our students will introduce you to the distinguished panel of experts, and there will be a very interesting lineup of sessions and discussions. I must say, Dr. Rena and her team through the Skill Center have been providing a platform for students to pick up various skills which are industry relevant, and she has been lining up faculty who are doing this important job of bridging the gap between what industry wants in the light of digitalization and what is currently being imparted through colleges. So on this note, I call upon our principal, Dr. Soman, to please address and welcome this August gathering and get day 2 of this convention started. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tese. Good morning to everybody. Welcome to Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce. Yesterday we had a wonderful day and meaningful day. Today we have got another meaningful day that is going to get unfolded. And I welcome Dr. Rishi Kapal for today's session as our first speaker. And today's last speaker, Teresa, will be joining from London to talk to our students as far as the skill development and the best practices in skilling India is concerned. So I'm sure today also the students are going to get a lot of inputs, lot of food for thought, and they would get enriched by all these experts that they will be listening to. So I once again congratulate my team, Dr. Nilofer Raina, and the student team of Skill Development Center, and other colleagues who have helped this particular webinar to be a great success. And of course, all the speakers who kindly agreed to participate and share their knowledge and thoughts and their wisdom with our students. So I sincerely thank all the speakers as well, and of course my dear students and the audience who have been there yesterday and today. They have joined from across the country for listening to all of you. So I welcome again and I thank them for showing interest in our program. So I wish all the success for the program. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address. Now, moving forward, I would like to call Sahil to introduce our very first speaker of Day 2 of National Skill Convention 2022.
Thank you, Nessie. Never chase opportunity. Sorry for the glitch. Never chase opportunities. Let it come to you by creating value and building rare skill sets. These lines by Jonas Larson is suitable for our very first esteemed speaker of the day, Mr. Rishi Kapal sir, who will be enlightening us on the topic, current industry scenario and skill set required for a dynamic career. Sir is a Stanford leader and a global strategist. He has a 2 decades of corporate experience, 5 years of entrepreneurship management and coaching experience. He has also successfully led multiple Fortune 500 companies. Sir has secured a dual master degrees with bachelors in engineering and law. He studied on corporate innovations at Stanford University, which was a year of academically rigorous program focused on innovation from finance, strategy, and critical analytical thinking to negotiation and neuroscience based design thinking. His critical analytical thinking skills, experience design by neuroscience, career transition skills, and strategic leadership skills are remarkable and extraordinary. He also has expertise on international and cross-cultural exposure. We are honored to have you amongst us. Now I would like Rishi sir to take over and enrich us with his insights. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I just want to check if I'm audible and visible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, perfect. So we are in a digital era and the skill convention is so apt. I just heard Tessie ma'am talk about productivity, reach and inclusiveness. And we have crossed the borders in all these aspects in terms of how productivity, reach and inclusiveness could actually be made real with cross-functional teams working. And when I say teams, it also includes students. So if you would know that a lot of projects that are happening in the world today are between the students from various countries actually getting together and trying to make an impact, whether it is in the business administration space, in the fintech space, commerce space, or in the technology space. So I'm really thankful to her for bringing this aspect together. And Principal Soman sir, thank you very much for the opportunity to have me here. But I would like to make a special mention of Nilofer Raina ma'am. I think over the years, the amount of rigor and passion I have seen in ma'am to ensure that the institute is in the forefront of skill development and the kind of students who become a participant to the skill development programs and the enthusiasm and the morale with which they participate with the faculty is extremely encouraging. So Principal Sir, Tessie ma'am, Rena ma'am, thank you very much for ensuring that all of you are able to provide the right guidance and opportunity to all the students in the perspective. So I will share a brief presentation, and this has been my opinion on what is happening in the current industry scenario. And some of it is also related to how should students actually take a step back and think about what they're going to do ahead. So every time when we are in the student ecosystem, we think about what more is coming in the future. But many a times technology makes us take a step back and really evaluate our options on what skill is right for us and what skill is going to take us to the future. So that presentation will take 15, 20, 25 minutes, and then I will look forward to learning from all the other participants on the group over here. Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So this is the current industry scenario presentation, which I'm intending to talk about today. And I'm an academician for the last 8 years. And in the course of that journey, I've also been conveying the work that I have been doing by the medium of books. So maybe I'll take a minute later to talk about that as well. The agenda for today is to talk about the avenues for career initiation, because the word career does not come very regularly to students. So we look at a job opportunity or we look at getting money by working for someone. But the word career has a slightly larger connotation, and that is why these skill conventions are important, because they tell you the story of careers as much as the story of jobs. We will talk about some factors that influence our career decisions, and trust me, career decision influences happen at a student level, and then they get translated into people with experiences. And in the last 2 years, you all know that industry per se has changed. It is not just the scenario. Too many different kind of industries have come up, and how these industries have shaped all the businesses which are related to the skill sets of finance, operations, strategy, marketing, and technology. We will just touch base upon that a bit, and a little bit on digital transformation. I'm going to set the stage right in the agenda itself to say digital transformation is not equal to technology. It is a very, very big and vast scope, which includes technology, business, finance, design, humanities. Everything gets included in digital transformation. So when I was insisting on the students to take a step back and think about it, I want them to take a step back and understand digital transformation. It is not just related to a technology being created. Otherwise, it would have been called technology transformation, not digital transformation. And what are our necessary competencies for ensuring that we get the right skill sets from the digital transformation ecosystem? And we need to stand out of the crowd. So the students who are participating in this skill convention today, you must understand that maybe a million student is preparing for an opportunity, and you have to be showcased better than those millions. Not better, probably on the top 10% of those. So the efforts which your institution is making to give you the knowledge, and the institution is making to give you the skills, has to be complemented by you to have the attitude of standing out of the crowd. And if you understand this, it is not the war for talent, it is the war for getting discovered. You all are talented people in one way or the other. But how do I discover you? How does an ecosystem discover you? You've got some very illustrious speakers who are going to talk today, and a lot of illustrious speakers who spoke yesterday. How do they really discover you? How do they have a recall of you more than the others? So standing out from the crowd is important. And last but not the least, curiosity is not about the age in which you are in or the gender that you belong to. Curiosity is a matter of habit. Being curious makes you ensure that you learn every day. And trust me, I realized it very late in life that lifelong learning is not an option. It is a necessity. If you're not a lifelong learner, people tend to talk about something called as monotonity in career, or my career is not moving ahead. It is just about lifelong learning. So the book that I wrote, Kites in a Hurricane, is a story of case studies of entrepreneurs. And if anybody of you is looking at skill development for making your own venture and entrepreneurship, that's the book I had written. Managing large teams is more like personal journey, where I started as an engineer in 1993 and became the MD of a company in 2013. So in 20 years, whatever was the journey through the teams is basically managing large teams. And in managing large teams, Dr. Mukund Rajan has written, who's the brother of Dr. Raghuram Rajan, the former RBI governor. And it's a case study of 14 of my Stanford batchmates who basically have developed their careers from a first-time employee to a CEO, CXO level, and that is the story. Miasma is a medical crime thriller, so that's predominantly testing creative skills. So when I spoke about standing out from the crowd, I had never written a book till I was 40 when I was in the last assignment in the corporate. But challenging myself to write a crime thriller was something which has been very unique, and maybe too unique for me to maybe attempt another one. But this is all about standing out from the crowd. And a little bit about myself. The only reason I'm telling you this is that in due course of time, if you connect with me on LinkedIn, or if you're talking to me with some questions, just ensure that you know my background. And it's possible that sometimes the questions that come to me are not in the field of work that I have done. So this is my journey right now. I did my bachelor's of engineering till 1993. After that, did my LLB. My PGDM and my MBA have happened after every 5 years of education, of corporate life, so that I'm able to be relevant to the generation of today. And right now I'm in my PhD, maybe another year and a half, I'll complete it in organization leadership. And a couple of years ago, I landed into a 1-year program with Stanford, which was, as one of you spoke about, in corporate innovation, neurosciences, and looking at having a progressive mindset. And again, I did that in mid 40s. That means
Hey.
there is no age to learning. You can just keep on
I
continuing to
guess
learn.
there is a mistake in the poster.
Somebody's unmuted. If you can mute, please. Thank you for that. And my journey in skill development took me to a CEO level in 20 years, and I see a CEO in every student I talk to. I see a leader, an entrepreneur, a next generation game changer in every student I talk to, and their energy is very infectious. My career spanned from technology to business administration, so getting into the loops of finance, strategy, marketing, sales, everything happened. But my starting was as a technology engineer, and I've led these Fortune 400 companies. So, starting with a very, I would say, humble conversation in 1993 in my first job, to being able to lead these companies has made me come a long way. So, let's look at career initiation. So, career initiation happens at 4 different domains, and we call it the CDEF framework. And I will just give you a point of reference on what do we mean by this CDEF. So the first career initiation happens for, say, a corporate job. And in a corporate job, the roles are important, the sectors are important, and whether it is for profit or not, that is important. And when you're looking at skills for corporates, you are looking at for what particular role are you developing those skills? Are you developing the skills for IT? Are you developing the skills for automotive? Are you developing the skills for banking? Are you developing the skills for telecom? So multiple options and plethoras. And that is where you take a step back and decide, am I going to work in a particular sector, or I'm going to work in a particular role? Sometimes you can take one sector and do multiple roles in it. Sometimes you can take one role and use it for multiple sectors. So this is something very critical to evaluate when you're looking at skill development. The C is for corporate. T is developmental. I'm a part of the developmental ecosystem, which is not for profit organization. So you should also know the difference between NGOs and NPOs, non-profit and non-government. And the second is academia. I have a lot of students which I talk to who have done courses in digital marketing and are doing digital marketing lead generation and admission for universities. But it's an academic ecosystem, or probably you become an academician itself. So that is the developmental ecosystem, and the skill set required for that will not be an immediate complement to corporate. So people choose their dimensions accordingly. The third is the entrepreneurship or the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So entrepreneurial ecosystem is a mindset. It is always not relevant for starting up your own venture. Maybe you just have an entrepreneurial mindset and you help people in corporate and developmental. So for entrepreneurship, you can create your own venture. People in undergraduation, even people in schools now, I see that they're able to create their own venture, and the families, the friends, the college, the academia, the faculty, the principal, everybody supports that initiative. We call it COC, or companies on campus. So you create your entrepreneurial venture or you join one. So maybe you come out as a student and you want to work in entrepreneurship ecosystems rather than corporate or developmental ecosystems. It is just a valid choice. The amount of entrepreneurs that are getting created in the country today is mind boggling. All you need to do is protect your interest in terms of the continuity of the work and continuity of the money that can come to you. Or suppose you have a specific skill, that you have a specific technology competence, or you have developed a specific marketing competence, which new age startups are struggling to work with. Maybe you can advise them or guide them on something, and guidance does not need age, it needs wisdom. So age and wisdom are not directly proportional. You can be very young and you still can be very, very wise. And last but not the least, I mean, this is something rarely done, but I've seen students in UG who say earn 5-10,000 rupees of stipend every month by doing small projects. So over a 3-year graduation or a 4-year graduation, they accumulate 3-4 lakh rupees. And they put that as a small investment in a startup. Everybody can do that. There are enough stipend opportunities that are available in the ecosystem, but you need to marry your education with that learning. And this is where the skill of becoming an entrepreneur or developing entrepreneurial ecosystems is slightly different from when you're working in a corporate, when you're working in the developmental ecosystem. And last is freelancing. Freelancing is you are not creating a company. A company means you're employing more people, you have co-founders. Freelancing is selling your own skills. You're a coder, you're a digital marketing specialist. So if you search on Google or Yahoo or Bing about top 100 freelancing skills, you will come to know there are so many job opportunities in that. So in freelancing, there is no conflict of interest because like if you work for corporates, they'll tell you that when you're working, you cannot do any other thing. So in freelancing, you do consulting for people and then you sell your services to people. You deliver those services and you manage your own reputation. So now if you look at the CDEF ecosystem, and I'm sure it is very easy to remember, you cannot create one skill and say, I can do all 4 of them. People choose to say, my primary skill will be for corporates, but my secondary skill will be for freelancing. My primary skill will be for entrepreneurship, but my secondary skill will be for corporate. So you create that ecosystem of 7-8 skills, but very, very specific and focused to career-led initiation on what do you want to do in the future. And your career decisions fall on 4 elements, and that career decision is agnostic to the CDEF. One is obviously money. So if money is on your mind, then you may compromise on the other 3, and it is not wrong at all. There is a solid reason that you should really look at decent lifestyles, and decent lifestyles need money. Second is profile. To say that, hey, maybe I'm getting 5% less money, but I'm getting a profile of a product executive. I'm getting the profile of a sales, marketing, strategy, operations executive. There are enough students I know who have chosen profile over CTC, and it is just to ensure that you are getting into the right thing. The third is the brand. So today, if you get a job with a top Fortune hundreds, maybe you will not care about profile and money. You will say that the brand is so lucrative that whatever money they are giving and whatever profile they are giving, I'm very willing to take care of it. But the last one, this career decision is very critical. If you have a location challenge to say, I will not work anywhere outside Pune or I will not work anywhere outside Delhi, then you should tell it on your resume immediately. The first line of your resume should say, willing to work only in New Delhi, willing to work only in Pune. Because other than that, people might come with you for interview calls, which may not be jobs in Pune, and you may not be accepting those interview calls. Location is the only career decision which should be written on the resume in the first line, unless and until you are able to go into any other location. So maybe you get your job in your favorite city, Pune, and after 6 months they want to transfer you to Indore. At that time, you need to take a decision whether you want to continue with Indore or you want to change your job. And getting the job again in the same city may be difficult. But like I've got personal reasons, I will never want to move out from Pune. So even if a job or an opportunity comes to me on more money, better profile, a bigger brand, I will probably decline them. So this is the professionalism expected from people to say, be very open and transparent when you talk about yourself. And the world should know that you are very, very ethical and authentic. So this is what is happening. And so let's look at the current industry scenario. The world has changed. So what has happened in the current industry scenario is that 6 sectors have started running faster than the others. Had this been more like more a workshop, I would have actually put this question to all the participants, and we would have done this for 20-30 minutes to figure out those 6 sectors. But here, in the interest of time, I'm at least going to share them. And technology and digital transformation has a lot to do in this. And as Tessiman spoke about productivity, reach, and inclusiveness, all these ecosystems got converged in these 6 sectors. And I'll tell you a way to remember them as well. So one is essentials. What is essentials? Essentials is something without which life can come to a stop. So banking, financial services, insurance, broadband companies, power companies, FMCG and IT are backbones and lifelines. these people have definitely grown faster in the pandemic, and pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, the change of trajectory they've taken is in a different league altogether. So banking has just gone digital, but BFSI has created plethora of opportunities, including the small banks which have opened up, digital banks which have opened up. Broadband, everybody wants it. Today, if my broadband stops, I will not get the privilege to be speaking to all of you over here. So enough broadband companies. Power is anyway a necessity. FMCG is food, which has to reach our home. And IT is creating everything happen in the ecosystem. The second is e-commerce. And in the e-commerce ecosystem, it is everything related to e-commerce, whether you are bringing food through e-commerce, whether you are bringing medicines through e-commerce, everything. So companies like Pharmeasy, companies like 1mg, companies like Big Basket, everything comes into e-commerce. And then entertainment, I think it's a flavor of the generation now, where all the gaming and over-the-top OTT platforms, Disney Hotstar, Sony Live, Netflix, Amazon Prime, you name it, everything has become like our DNA. It is not something which is going to leave us till the time we are alive. So the sector of gaming and OTT has gone to the next level. So if you start finding opportunities in MX Player and all at UG level, PG level, any levels, you will find people uh, getting them based upon their skill specifics and based upon the learnings they have. And then energy. So look at Ather Energy, look at Blue Smart. The amount of EV charging, the electric vehicles has gone to the next level. The portfolios which are coming from the Tata Group, coming from Kia Group, coming from Maruti, Hyundai, it's just mind-boggling. And sustainable power, if you look at wind energy, solar energy, and all the stuff that is happening, energy has actually run, the sector has run faster than the others. And then we have education technology. I think sitting as a part of the educational institution, this is something which we know for sure. The technology has completely transformed education, right from admission process to academics to assessment and to final placement or whatever needs to be called for the students. EdTech has gone to the next level. Companies like Upgrad, Simplilearn, the company of which I am a part of, Teens Club, FutureWorks, we all are a part of EdTech, which was earlier called education. And last is e-health. So look at a company like Practo, which was an aggregator of medicine doctors, has suddenly gone to be a video consultation platform. So MediBuddy, DocsApp, Practo, you can take plethora of companies, mHealth, who have become in e-health. So now if you have to remember this is the alphabet E, the 6 E's: essentials, e-commerce, entertainment, energy, edtech, e-health. 6 E's are basically the way the industry scenario is changing, and while hospitality, travel and all will slowly be transitioning digitally and it will come back to a new normal, but these sectors have gone to the next level. So when you develop skill sets, and probably those skill sets are aligned to the new variety of sectors which are coming in, some of them didn't even exist at some point of time, like digitized ecosystems for healthcare. The projects had happened as old as in 1997. I wrote my first paper on mobile healthcare, I think in 2013-14. But now we are seeing the real germination of it, and young brass like you, the students and the corporate professionals are just leveraging the opportunity. So when you look at digital transformation and skill sets, these are specialization agnostic. So when digital transformation is spoken about, it is not technology transformation. This is digital. And we must, as students, as professionals, be able to know what it means when we are talking about it to the industry at large. So there are big five of digital transformation that are fast tracking careers. And this is where some skill set ecosystem starts to play, because what your institution is offering you, what the National Skill Development Corporation is trying to do, is ensuring that digital transformation does not look like a very, very difficult or impossible thing. Even a student at school level, college level, post-graduation level should be able to do that. So one is digital marketing and analytics. I was talking to people in the HR specialization, students, around 2-3 days ago, and they told me that the amount of time they are spending on Facebook and LinkedIn for lead generation of candidates is amazing. So we thought digital marketing is for marketing, but marketing means what? Marketing means the ability to communicate your message to the consumer. Now, if you are looking at hiring candidates for your company, and you are using digital mechanism for lead generation, you are doing digital marketing. So HR needs to know digital marketing. If you look at analytics, again in HR, there is something called as application tracking systems. And application tracking systems are able to match the right candidate with the right profile, which is just based on analytics. You look at finance and fintech, a company like Cred is purely based upon analytics and digital marketing. So mentally, take it out of your mind that digital marketing is equal to marketing. Digital marketing is the ability to market digitally, whether you are in HR, you are in finance or operations strategy, whatever you may call it. And analytics associated with digital marketing is important. And how is this helpful? So tomorrow, if on your resume you say, I understand digital marketing, people want to talk to you faster. But if you are also certified from Google, to say I am Google certified in digital marketing, whether you are HR, finance or marketing, it may not matter, but they will know you can use digital media for taking your skill set or career to the next level. The second one is artificial intelligence and machine learning in business management. Now, what is business? Business is anything which has commerce, which has investment and which has revenue, and you have to be in profit. So whether that revenue needs technology, whether that revenue needs people on the street is a different discussion altogether. But artificial intelligence and machine learning is not just for technology. There's a company in Pune called E42, E42.ai or E42.io. They do artificial intelligence machine learning in customer care, in HR. And you'll be amazed on the kind of opportunities they have. So if you're looking at AI and ML, don't think about it to say that AI and ML means I have to do coding. You have to apply AI and ML. Similarly, for analytics, people talk about R, Hadoop, SPSS, whatever I'm learning in my PhD. But you're not creating R, Hadoop, and SPMS. You're not creating regressions. You are applying regressions for business decisions. So again, these skill sets become extremely sector agnostic. And then O2O means online to offline, offline to online. So cloud transformation, if you are a DMart and that DMart has 100,000 users, taking them to the cloud is important because DMart cannot increase its space every day, but now they're selling online. Cloud transformation is also a unique value proposition. So when you look at Google, Microsoft, and Amazon, the entire gameplay right now is happening on cloud transformation and O2O, online to offline, offline to online, like Lenskart started online, came into offline. Firstcry.com started online, came into offline. DMart started offline, went into online sales. So it becomes very critical. Blockchain and cybersecurity. So blockchain, in certifications, in cryptos, Ethereums, there's a lot of work happening. Cybersecurity is that if you're, say, a client servicing executive for a bank and you come to somebody and say that, we are wanting to discuss your investment, the first question today the client asks is, how will you keep my data safe? At that time, you will not go back to a technology person and say, I have to check you. You have to be aware yourself on what is the encryption and coding that is being used to keep the data safe, even if you're a commerce background person or a science background person. So if you look at these are big fives: digital marketing, AI, ML, cloud, blockchain, cybersecurity. They are getting into every sector. And developing this skill set along with your finance, operations, strategy, ecosystems is very critical and important. And what will you do inside a company? What will your skill be used for? So when you have to do work in a company, two skills are needed for every job. One is communication skills and second is your awareness of money. Financial literacy and communication skills have come out as the top three skills which are being evaluated when people are even employing people or recruiting people, because they want people to be friendly with money. If you know to be friendly with money, you will know in your job when to spend money, when to save money, and when to invest money. So necessary competencies, this is something which is slightly at a higher level for a lot of students, but when you sit inside a company, you have to deliver a responsibility. So in that delivery, the question a student has to answer in an interview is, why should we hire you? So your skill has to bring value to the employer. You cannot say integrity and honesty because that is by birth, right? You cannot tell anyone I was not honest and now I am becoming honest. I was not a hard worker, now I'm becoming a hard worker. I did not have integrity, now I have integrity. It does not work like that. Value to the employer is, what can you do for revenue? What can you do for cost? What can you do for making something for the company which did not exist earlier? What can you do to give them more businesses, expand their businesses and diversify their businesses? And can you be good with people? So if you say are in a college and you are doing an event like this event for that matter, now there are a few of you who have spoken to speakers. That means you have been able to go out to the ecosystem and influence these speakers on they coming on the platform to talk. So that means you have demonstrated people management skills. And this people management does not mean that a 20-year-old student is managing 20-year-old peers. This is a 20-year-old student probably managing somebody like me at the age of 50 in terms of influencing my decision to come and speak at a convention or an event. So these are people leading and people management skills. When, say, a college takes a vote and who will volunteer for becoming a part of the event, many people don't. But what you need to realize is being a part of an event gives you an opportunity to demonstrate people leadership skills, raising funds. That means you can do work around finance, spending, saving, investing. All that experience is given in a particular event. And the last is what business model skill that you have. Are you a B2B business model person? In the telecom sector skill sessions that we are doing in this term, there's a lot of B2B getting discovered, buying center and all that stuff. And in retail skills, we're discussing B2C, business to customer, on how does a retailer distributor work. Now you can choose your skill to say, I want to work in the B2C sector, business model, or in the B2B business model. O2O business model is online to offline, offline to online, and B2G is business to government. That you're not selling as a private company to a private company, you're selling from a private company, say, to the government. And students, who are aware about all this are able to take a very important decision on what kind of skills do you need to build. But going back to what I said in the previous slide, connected to your communication skills, connected to your awareness about business, and those 6 skills which we spoke about in terms of digital marketing all the way to cybersecurity for that matter. And if you write that I have integrity, honesty, and teamwork, is there any reason somebody should pay you more or different? Because that is something expected by birth. So around 20 years ago, people used to write these as skill sets that I have integrity, honesty, and teamwork. Today, the corporate says, I will not give you salaries for these skills. These skills you have learned in college. These skills are your family values. Tell me what you can do for me. And that is why people write about, I can do cost management, I can do people leading, I can do expansion and all that stuff, and taking it forward. So this is the case study on the competencies side. And to stand out from the crowd, probably another 2 minutes for this conversation. So one is that you need to be able to demonstrate your ability on platforms. So the 3 professional platforms are Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. If you're able to create professional videos, if you're able to write professional notes on LinkedIn, if you're able to tweet about them, the industry takes notice, and you should really, really get trained on using these formal platforms. We don't call them casual platforms. They are called formal platforms. So demonstrating your ability to brand yourself on those platforms is important. The second is you need to have a value resume. Don't cut copy paste resumes. What is a resume? Resume is so if you are in the metaverse, it's an avatar which talks to others on your behalf, right? Resume is not just a simple piece of paper, because if I'm reading your resume, the resume is giving me information. It's talking to me on your behalf. It is like an avatar for you. Please take it seriously. Corporates take resumes very, very seriously. Maybe candidates don't. It is not just about what you have learned. It is about how you have applied it and what are the projects and volunteering that you've done. So whenever you're sleeping, waking, whatever, as students, remember resume is literally a virtual human being. It's your avatar, and it should talk about the right things. And last, if you market your profile well, if your resume is good, you're called for an interview. And the interview has changed in the last 2 years. So one is you can have a physical interview, you can have a virtual interview. But if it is a physical or a virtual interview, either it can be IIM, which is individual interview mode, or GIM, which is group interview mode. That means multiple people can interview at the same time in the panel, or it is one-on-one interview. I still see a lot of struggle in students to be able to give good interviews virtually, and you should be trained for that. So either it is about your body language when you are talking on the screen, or it is about your interview skills. And that is why I would say, if you are able to demonstrate your ability to or it is about being able to talk one-on-one or being able to talk to one-on-many. This is not a skill which comes just by default, that COVID has happened, we've moved virtual, so we are able to understand. I mean, even I have gone through a specific intervention with somebody more experienced than me on how to be effective on the digital platform. So this is how you stand out from the crowd, and to say the least, you need to be very curious. So for the curiosity's sake, on LinkedIn, we have a free group for students of your caliber, which is called the Career Seekers Group, which is run by us, where students put in their queries and the industry gives answers. I will encourage people to take maximum benefit of that group which is available, and hopefully it should be able to add some value. So again, Principal Sir, Tessie Ma'am, Nilofer Rana Ma'am, and all the staff and students involved in the convention, heartiest compliments. Thank you very much for hosting me for this session today, and I look forward to contribute in future on whatever capacity I can. Have a wonderful and safe day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we have a few questions from the audience.
All right.
The first one is, what should the older generation do to catch up with the younger generation in the digital space?
Okay. Old is a word which is more related to age. And I gave an answer in the speech itself that age and wisdom are not directly proportional. I can be 50 years old and completely behaving like a young adult. I can be a young adult completely behaving like a 50 years old. There is no, how do you say, there is no shortcut to being relevant. So relevance means you have to learn. So when I realized that the generation is going to digital marketing, at the age of 40, I learned digital marketing. When I realized that the next generation is going to innovation, at the age of 45, I spent 1 year with Stanford to learn innovation. Nobody will come and give you a single dose of vaccine and then a double dose of vaccines to say that now you are relevant. It is a chartered path of continue to learn. That's one. Second, please talk to one industry professional every week through LinkedIn on the place with which you want to be relevant. So today, for example, I'm not relevant at all to anything related to cybersecurity, but I'm talking to one person every week to understand what it means. I also have an affection for blockchain. I've spoken to 5-6 industry professionals, but I've realized I can never understand it. So I have chosen that blockchain will not be a part of my skill set. So the older generation has to learn what the new generation is learning, and the newer generation has to ensure that they are not able to connect age with wisdom. Being young and being wisdom is, it is just inversely proportional. So that will be my 2 cents to be able to bridge that gap between being relevant and being old.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I had a question for myself. It's kind of a personal. So, how to know which job role is fit for a person in the corporate world?
I wish I had a magic wand to tell you that. But the hows are generally dependent upon 4 factors which I've mentioned. So a job role is first the selection of maybe there were 4 criteria which are not in any particular order. So what people do is people create a SWOT analysis on the money, profile, brand, and location. And then they give an weighted average to say that if I'm able to say give 10 points to these 4 variable differences, what is my priority today? So if you have to find a job role probably and your priority is only say money, then maybe the other things won't matter. Somebody who gives you between 3 to 6 lakh rupees probably is your priority at that point of time. But let me tell you this, getting inside a company is the only way to find out whether the job will work or not. I can write 100 things on Mouthshut, on Glassdoor and Quora. I don't know if you know about these platforms or not. You can figure out in writing on what is there inside the job. But before getting inside the job as a real life experience, you just cannot predict it. So my request to all students have always been, don't be judgmental for the first 1 year. The first 1 year is like, we call it PMF, product market fit. You are the product and the job is the market. In the first year, just don't think about I'm satisfied, I'm unsatisfied, I'm dissatisfied, unless and until there is something unethical going in the job. First year, just be open-minded. It will take 6 months to 9 months to get that product market fit inside the company. But I can tell you by experience, for whatever 7 jobs I've changed in my life, knowing what is there in the job description and getting to do what I was doing inside was always not the same. So don't have that thought at all to say how to find the right job. Between money, profile, location, and brand, find your priority. Then go open-ended, sit inside the job, and then try to see whether it works well or not. But to make it work or to not make it work is a minimum 12 to 18 months patience. People normally lose patience in 3 to 4 months. I have a lot of students who come and tell me it's been 3 months, we are not liking the job. But maybe the job is also not liking you. So you give it 12 to 18 months and then decide.
Thank you so much, sir.
Anything else for me, or we are okay?
We are okay, sir. Thank you so
Fine.
much. That's
Thank
all.
you for your time. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing a heartwarming experience and knowledge with us. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. These wise words by Nelson Mandela are apt for our next speaker, Ms. Shruti Chake, who will give us an insight on design and education. Shruti ma'am has vast experience as an executive curriculum designer at Himalayan Institute of Alternatives, Ladakh. Ma'am is a goal-oriented and collaborative exhibition designer with keen interest in the educational sector and looking forward to creating innovative learning experiences. Her contribution as a museum designer, filmmaker, and a design trainee are also remarkable. Ma'am was a research associate in Ustad project, which stands for Upgrading the Skills and Training in Traditional Arts Crafts for Development. She has received an Award of Excellence for the Best Impact in the SDGs Design International Awards 2020 held by the Kyushu University, Japan, and has represented India on a global platform. Ma'am, we are indeed fortunate to have you here. I request you to kindly take over and enlighten us with your ideas and experiences. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I am Shruti. I'll just share my screen. So, hello, namaskar, and Jule. So, this talk is about my journey throughout life as I grew up. And I'll share my life experiences and learnings I received throughout time. So just like water or oxygen, design and education is a necessity of every man. It's present in abundance. All we need to know is to understand or know is the value of it. So to begin with, so Jule, as sweet as it sounds, Jule in Ladakhi means hello. I have been spending a lot of time with the mountains of Ladakh. Just a second. So hence thought of greeting in their way. To begin with, I am from Pune, the educational hub of our country. But throughout lifetime, I would like to thank my alma mater, which is NID Ahmedabad.
Ma'am,
Yes?
ma'am, we cannot see the full slide.
Uh,
Now we can, ma'am. It's perfect. Thank you.
just a second. Is it now full screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but I just want to ask once, if I turn on my notes, is it visible as well? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll just have to put my okay. Yeah. So Jule, as sweet as it sounds, so Jule in Ladakhi means hello. So I've been sharing a lot of time with the mountains of Ladakh. So I just thought of greeting you in their way. So a lot of time, design and education itself is a topic which we all have been hearing about, and there are many misconceptions about design as well, which I'd like to talk in my presentation. But as this presentation is about my journey throughout life, I would first begin with my alma mater, Symbiosis School. So there's a story which I would like to share. So my mother, being educated from a Marathi medium school, for my junior KG admission, I had to give a talk at a presentation or a interview at a convent school, and I passed the interview, but my mother didn't. So my mother had a question to the principal that if I cannot learn or educate, I have the dream or vision to educate my daughter. How can a language barrier stop her from learning something which I failed to receive? So the rejection from a convent school in Pune was a rejection for my mother, who had a dream or a vision to educate her daughter. But then, as every parent who doesn't give up, I was accepted with an open heart by my alma mater, Symbiosis. So where I started my schooling, which not only allowed a mother to fulfill her dream, but also gave her daughter a platform to learn. Then, so I would like to share one of my childhood memory. So this is a memory which was actually preserved and passed on to me by the late principal of nursery school, which is Vidya Kunte ma'am. So Vidya Kunte ma'am, when I met her a few years back, she was telling, so during for our annual report card, we had to draw on a small box which was given to us. So as a kid, I guess I drew every petal and I colored a petal with every different color. And when I was asked by the principal that why would I do so, so the answer I gave as a kid was ki, it's such a small box and there are so many colors in the garden, and I cannot fit every flower in such a small box. So I tried to give the color of every flower to the petal. So as a kid, this reflects to the fact of how my mentors or my teachers valued my imagination or my thoughts at that particular period of time. So as a kid, I feel every kid should be respected, and the thought should be valued as a teacher or a parent. And that's how this memory was cherished by my principal and is still kept alive. And moving on to next, this is more about how our elderly are the real torchbearers of our life. So this was one incident where whenever I used to draw something, my grandfather used to give value to my artwork. So he used to just go and publish it, and this made me feel valued about whatever small things I used to do as a kid. So how the support from a family or a parent is important in a kid's development is what I can see when I reflect back to this time. And then yeah, so I used to actively participate in different drawing competitions or poster making competitions. So one thing this active participation has taught me is the courage and the confidence to go ahead and do something which you're more passionate about. And I would always like to thank my teachers who supported me throughout my school years to participate in such extracurricular activities. So this incident is this one of my poster is holds like a very strong memory and was a really big moment of my life when I was in 9th grade. So in 9th standard at Symbiosis, I designed this magazine cover, and my teachers back then played a very important role in my life where they guided me to choose art and design as a career. So um, that's where in 9th and 10th standard, I had a dream of pursuing my higher education in some art or design field. So I wasn't clear where, but doing something I'm more passionate about is what my teachers have always guided me. So moving on to next. Then my journey after the school would be 11th, 12th science, because that's what the societal pressure and the educational system forced me to do. As I was told that if you take science, there are so many fields and career options will be open to you as an individual. Or if you have to choose architecture or design, you have to have a science background. So with time, I realized these were misconceptions, but at the same time, I realized science being such a beautiful concept, I wasn't able to understand the beauty of it because of the theoretical syllabus learning. And then at that age, I was surely confused whether to listen to the science syllabus where we have to memorize everything or listen to the scientist himself, as you can see. So after 12th, I applied to my dream institute, which is the National Institute of Design in Ahmedabad. So before I begin to talk about my design journey, I would like you to know about my design home first. So NID is a unique institution which does about where we work about problem solving solutions and come up with design narratives and competencies. So at NID, I chose exhibition design as a discipline, which acts like a bridge between visual communication and industrial design. So over here, we are able to approach or communicate informations and ideas through a very different range of environments. So I would like to share a few of my projects from NID. So this is actually a project from the Agastya Foundation, which is in Kukmam. So Agastya Foundation is an NGO which runs in developing curriculum or acts like an tool where he gives us the environment for the learning environment for the economically underprivileged background in the villages across India. So here, what we thought about was designing an interactive game where we combine the outside to the inside. So here, in this flower game, it's a geometrical floor game where you can see the concepts of triangle, square, pentagon, how geometry can also be narrated to students in an interactive way. So I'd like to share a video. I hope it. Mm. But okay, as you can see, there's some error in the loading of the internet. But this is a floor game which was designed. So this was the space where we had to connect the outside environment with the inside. It's a game for a student from class first to fourth. So that was one of the project where I was working with students from first to fourth grade. Moving on to next, this is one of the first project in Ladakh, where we were working on designing museums for the community living in the village of Skurbuchin. So this project fell under the criteria of designing systems and community sustainable cities and communities under SDG 11. So to begin with, to understand the entire culture and heritage of the village itself, we conducted workshop with students from 8th to 10th grade, where we were able to understand their association with the past and the present, similar with the elderly of the village. And I would like to show how when students are put into a situation where they are the designer themselves, or how their vision can be enriched and properly valued in the museum itself, made the students like it provoked the students in contributing to something very informative and learning at the same time. So I hope this video plays. So here's a video about the student workshop and how the students were taught the basics of design and at the same time how the give and take happened.
तो फिर ये रेक्टेंगल हो सकता है, तो फेस को ऊपर से ड्रॉ करना है तो हम कैसे ड्रॉ करें? और आप सब लोग डिजाइनर हैं, वो कौन कर सकते हो जो मेरे म्यूजियम में एंट्री अपने भी दिखा सकते हैं, इस वे में होना चाहिए, इस साइड भी ऑब्जेक्ट्स हो सकते हैं, इस साइड पे या ऐसा नहीं चाहिए नहीं तो आप सीधा वे भी रख सकते हैं। तो कल्चर भी आता है क्योंकि कल्चरल
telling
कॉन्टेक्स्ट
them how
बदलता है
displays,
और उसके बाद
label making is
लोकेशन
made for
बोला
the museum.
तो
And once they understood the concept, they were able to contribute it.
अंदर जाने के बाद पहले ये ऑब्जेक्ट्स दिखना चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ तो स्टोरी होगी इसके पीछे कि आपने क्यों डिसाइड किया कि पहले एंटर करने के बाद ये ऑब्जेक्ट्स होंगे, डायनासोर राइट। और म्यूजियम में पुराने ऑब्जेक्ट होते हैं, चीजें होती है, तो मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हमें चांस नहीं मिलता है उनके साथ काम करने में। आज गोलपा की वजह से वो लोग हमें ये सब ऑब्जेक्ट्स एक्चुअल म्यूजियम से दे रहे हैं।
So every chart paper was a museum for the student. And in group activities, we were able to see how every student was able to visualize a museum in their village. So they learned label making, they identified the objects, they understood the stories behind every particular object. And this was the moment where I realized how important it is to have such interactive and experiential learning for children in general. So these were the displays made by the team. Moving on to next. So I would like to talk about Anandi Learning Spaces as a project. So the final year at my college, NID, is dedicated in doing a self-initiated project, or you can work with an organization. So I thought of biting the bullet and took a deep dive in working on a self-sponsored project, which was Anandi Learning Spaces. So I always wanted to work in combining design and education, but at that time I wasn't sure how. So an unusual source of gave me an inspiration, which is my friend Nachiket. He told me that many people work for students in general. We the one who work for children with special needs, they are the ones who often tend to get left out. So this conversation opened my mind to different possibilities and perspectives which we can have towards using the design knowledge in betterment of or making like a universal design. So that's where my journey with Anandi began. So the name Anandi was derived from Anandi Gopal Joshi, Dr. Anandi Gopal Joshi, who is the first female doctor of India. And along with this inspiration is the meaning of the name Anandi itself. It's a Marathi word which means happiness and joy. Is something which I found in abundance while working with the students. And that's where I realized the project should be named Anandi. So to begin with the project, we had to follow like a proper design journey, which occurs in ideation, where we have to do the research phase and go to and fro back, and then come to the final conclusion. So during my research phase, my project initially started in the during the start of March 2020, and as we all know, COVID-19 hit India, and I wasn't able to get the information or collect the data or interact with students at the same time, which were my real stakeholders. So, giving the opportunity, I used film as a tool to make an outreach film and circulated it among the parents and teachers and organizations all around India. And this outreach film actually helped me to get in touch with so many organizations and parents of special needs. And in turn, this project got like a human touch after this outreach films, which helped me do my research. So this was So as I the so as you can see, some of the wonderful students are the ones who don't fit into boxes. That's why they were supposed to be brought out of the box, which was their learning environment. So the school had an outdoor space which can be transferred into an interactive educational playground. So when you're working with children with special needs, the first thing or the first expectation from every teacher or parent is to make their child independent. In a way, they should be able to fend themselves. So the zones, the first visualization or the ideation of the playground where we divide the space outside the school into different zones, which are as follows, like number zone, market zone, mind and body development zone, and it being designed with a curriculum thought about the kindergarten or the first pre-primary. It acts as a universal design project which can help children in general to learn. So while working on this project, an opportunity came along, which was an international SDGs design competition, where the theme was uh, design for the evolution, where we have to think about a design solution during the pandemic. So as my project was working on the SDG 4 on quality education, this initial brief gave the project a different direction is of how the project can be brought into your houses during the pandemic. So during the pandemic, it gave the entire zones from the outdoor came into indoor via an app where the children can still continue their education. And this app will be like a facilitator which will help the parents in becoming teachers at home. So I'll like to give an example of how this would work is, for example, this is the market zone at this school where the students are learning the concepts of fruits and vegetables, different colors. And behind every zone, there is a therapy which has been inculcated. So while the student is outdoor and interacting with the colors, this would help them in the vision therapy. There's an occupational therapy which includes in the movement part of it and helps in the motor skills of a student. And the same zone, which now due to pandemic, which you have to bring into our own homes, is via the market zone app. So the market zone app will help the parent in becoming a teacher. In a way they'll understand how the zone is at the school and how the zone can be replicated at home, and an activity or a guidance. So this app is actually like a guidebook for the parents, associated with few games and modifications where if the kid clicks on a tomato, there will be a translation of the word tomato and in Marathi and English at the same time. So along with the app, it also tells the parents the importance behind every activity. So once that parent comes to the position of a teacher, it will help them become the facilitators for their students during this tough time. And this project won the award for best impact at the SDGs design competition. So this competition or the journey throughout Anandi made me realize that there should be user feedback from the parents and the teachers at the same time. So there was a workshop conducted for the teachers and parents of Jeevandhara.
आता लॉकडाऊनमुळे तर शाळा बंद आहे. तर शिक्षण बंद व्हावं ही जागा घरी कशी आणता येईल त्यासाठी हा ऍप केला आहे.
So this workshop helped me to get a lot of feedback from parents and the teachers at the same time. We also conducted an upcycle sustainable pressure product workshop with an aim as a potential employment opportunity. So these bags can be made from discarded fabrics. So this was my journey throughout Anandi. And post journey, I was able to meet my mentor, current mentor, Mr. Sonam Mangchu. So I presented my idea of Anand to him, and within a series of events, I got an opportunity to work with him at Hayal as an executive for curriculum design. So to know more about Hayal, Hayal is a alternative school where people have been learning an alternative for the mountain development. So we are currently looking for solutions and creating courses which provide education to the students where they can contribute to the mountain development and at the same time create a sustainable lifestyle for people around here. So the values of Hayal, which works on instead of solving problems with the conventional 3 R's, which is reading, writing, and arithmetic, we encourage and learners to prove solving using the 3 H, which is the bright head, kind heart, and the skill hands. So using this philosophy, we have been curating different types of courses and experiences around. So while working on the education project, which I'm currently working on developing a K-12 curriculum for the School of Education at Hayal, I also work on several design projects. So this is one of the design project where we have been working on creating an experiential cultural heritage center in Leh. So I really appreciate or I like the fact that how Hayal helps me to balance between design projects and educational projects at the same times, and how both can be inculcated together is what I'm currently learning throughout my journey at Hayal. So I would also like to mention about this SECMOL, which is the Students' Educational Culture Movement of Ladakh. So over here, these students which are not accepted by the system, that the 10th failures are accepted here by an open heart, and this institute is founded by my mentor, Mr. Sonam Mangchuk himself. So this is also known as the School of Failures, but also gives an inspiration or a message to the world that how failure is actually success in process. So over here, students learn through an alternative mode of education where it's more practical and experience based. So, and during my free time, I conduct different activities at SECMOL. So this is one of the activity where we created an installation out of the waste material available around. And we created a wishing tree on the occasion of Christmas. So the wishing tree where every student wished for what he wishes for himself and one for the world. So such interaction with the students help me to understand their perspective and their expectations from the education system. And at the same time helps me to formulate or curate the new curriculum for them. This is one of the other activity where we had a combination of meditation and color theory with Indian ragas. So being a designer, I was taught about how color theory is interacting with Indian ragas, and I tried to conduct a similar activity with the students of SECMOL. So on the occasion of Diwali, we were playing different ragas, and after telling them the meaning behind the raga, the color schemes which were associated with them, the importance of how the raga is associated with the colors of the mind and helps to achieve both peace and happiness. And I think such type of education, which also helps a child to build the inner him or her, is important, is what I realized after understanding the perspective of students after conducting this activity. So, yeah, to conclude with, I would like to talk about how this entire journey of mine has not only told me like how I can use my design mindset or the perspective, but also the happiness I got while working with students or children in general is equivalent to what I do while designing something. And if combined together, I think I can make best use of this knowledge which I have won. And in conclusion, I would like to conclude this talk by a quote by my late professor, which is Mr. M.P. Ranjan. He's an industrial designer who says, "Never lose an opportunity to either learn or educate." Thank you. So,
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very insightful. Ma'am, we do have some questions for you.
okay.
The first one would be, how do you think students can convince their parents to pursue a career in design? And how can one find out if he or she has an aptitude for designing?
So, as I showed you my journey throughout life, drawing is something which I have cherished since childhood. So, say from junior KG till 10th, I was passionate about coloring, drawing, or such skills as such. So, if a child is able to understand or gauge that his liking or interest is in more about doing creative things like arts and craft, is something which even the parents can reflect throughout time. And that can be like your own self reflection about your skills can be the real aptitude test than visiting a center and doing the psychology test. So understanding your own skill set is the first thing for a student to apply for a design school. And and that's how you can obviously convince the parents for a career in design once you have the skill set or the will to do it.
Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am, there's a request. Like, can you please share your experience about the SDGs Design International Award and how can we achieve the same?
So the SDGs design competition was actually a part of my process. Like obviously, I didn't plan to apply only for that, but I was already working on a similar education-based project where came across the competition. And anyways, I was working on SDG 4 is where I applied for the first round. So the competition actually happened in 3 rounds. And it being an international competition, I myself wasn't sure of whether I'll go through the round 2 also. But to my surprise, I realized that if you have a really good uh, thought or an intention behind your working on something, I feel with that good intention you can reach any height. So this was my first experience with that feeling that the intention behind my project was throughout for the betterment of the children with cognitive challenges. And in spite of the award or not, I would have still completed the project. But that good thought has led me to the award. Is I feel like if you have an idea or an innovation, any innovating idea, which is for the betterment of the world, I think everyone is a winner in itself for having the thought in the first place. So I feel that's how one can achieve it.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the next question would be, uh, you were talking about how you couldn't draw the entire cupboard in a small box because you were restricted to the page, right?
Yeah.
How do you think that students who are burdened with the expectations of following the conventional pathway can come out of that box which the society has framed for them?
So that's where I remember sharing my 11th, 12th experience where I also was trapped in that box somewhere. But one needs to understand, and that's the realization where I understood that I need to work. Like we all as an individuals, when given the right to, where we can change something, should go for it. So right now, when looking back of the pressure from the society where there might be so many students like me who are still in the boxes, I feel the first thing a student should understand is his passion for something. And once you follow the passion or have a vision for something, I guess it becomes not impossible, but you at least start walking towards getting out of that box. And then with time, you can get through it if you are focused or you know of what you want in life and what you don't want. Because I knew in 11, 12 that this is not for me. And that's where somewhere I was moving towards what I wanted more, which is like applying for an ID or going for a design school. So I think it's more about knowing what you want to get out of the box.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we have one more question from the audience. How to assess skills in design, education, communication, and teamwork?
How to assess
assess the skills in design, education, communication, and teamwork?
So the thing is, everything is interconnected, if you say so. All these four words in itself are interconnected to themselves. So when you are designing something, I don't think anyone designs for themselves. It is for a community or a particular set of audience. So where the teamwork comes into picture, and communication is a part where without communicating your own idea or what you're trying to do, or without having the SWOT analysis of a particular problem, we cannot move on to the learning part or designing part of it. So I think it's all about how you interconnect all these concepts and then find a way out. So it's all about interconnecting and understanding is that everything is dependent on each other and how you curate it in the end.
Ma'am, the last question for today is,
Okay.
what is your opinion on the brain drain, and how do you think India should tackle this issue?
So brain drain itself, so I would like to give an example of my teacher in 11th-12th standard, a mathematics teacher, Mr. Rairikar sir in Pune. So he actually wrote the statistic books and was the head of modern school. And I remember he was teaching me permutation combinations, which I never understood. And I asked him, what is the use of all this in future? So the answer he gave to me was, ki, to be honest, nothing, but it helped me a lot as a teacher. But he has his son who is working in Apple as a manager, but he chose to not use his knowledge of statistics for the world. So I think it's a very brain drain is a very individual perspective towards how an individual looks at his own country or tries to contribute his knowledge. Because sir, knowing like being that maths professor, is still teaching kids in Pune, whereas his son is the manager at an Apple company, where he could have easily earned in millions over there. He still chooses to educate a set of 12 people around him. So I feel brain drain is more about perspective and how individual looks at it. If one wants to contribute his knowledge and learning towards his country, he will and he should, is my perspective towards this particular factor.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can we just have one more question?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, you mentioned that you regularly visit the students. So, what is your best learning from them?
So best learning from the students is actually their perspective towards life or people around them. So whenever I talk to them, I see that learning or that respect or knowing the fact that the teacher is teaching us something new and we should understand properly. And even there are experiences where I have seen one student who knew only one language, which was his mother tongue. After coming to SECMOL, ended up learning 3 languages. And that's only because that will to learn. And that will to learn is something which I've seen in this at SECMOL. And every time I go there, it's like a give and take, where I also end up feeling that even that lifelong learner should always be there, is the takeaway you get from interacting with students on daily basis. So yeah, that's my interaction, or that's what I feel whenever I meet the students.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Over to Sonali.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for gracing us with your endearing words. The greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does great things, but he is the one who make people do great things. On that positive note, we would like to present before you different perspective of industrial experts on domain specific and professional skills. Hope you enjoy.
Greetings, Symbiosis College. I would like to define skilling as the process of developing expertise in performing tasks. The skills required in the world are constantly evolving. We hear from multiple organizations that it's tough to get people with the right skills. My personal belief is that we as a country should focus on not just giving opportunities for skill development to the youth, but also enabling them to be able to identify the skills that fit their long-term goals. The youth will gain from developing transferable skills such as leadership, communication, etc., that will help them across sectors and professions. A good news is that currently there are many such opportunities in our country. My professional journey started with Novozymes, a multinational biotech firm. While I was working in core R&D, I got an opportunity to interact with external stakeholders. This led me to realize my skills in communication and stakeholder management. My passion towards creating social impact while employing my strengths led me to join Teach for India post the completion of the Young India Fellowship. After around 3 years at Teach for India, I have moved to the role of the recruitment director at Teach for Bangladesh. This varied professional journey has been possible because of developing these key transferable skills along with the role-specific skills.
Hi everyone, I'm creating this video on behalf of Symbiosis College. The couple of questions that I'm going to be answering in this video are related to skilling. One of the primary question is, what really is skilling? Skilling, in my opinion, is anything that adds value to a person, helps them make a living, and most importantly shifts mindsets for them. So it's not just something that you do, but it's also something that's part of your being. And there's a lot of jargon that goes around about skilling, right? So for example, what are the different types of skills? There are technical skills, social skills, emotional skills. We also have things like and terms like 21st century skills and whatnot that we hear nowadays. In my opinion, I believe that keeping aside all of this jargon, what really skilling does is it helps you make way through. It helps you add value to who you are and what you do on literally a daily basis. Cooking is a skill. While every one of us may not be great at it, but many of us do make a living out of it. Training people is a skill, and many of us might be great at it, many of us might not know about it. So different things that add value to what you do, help you make a living, are basically part of skilling. Couple of skills that I believe really make a huge difference in the current world scenario. One is learning to learn and also unlearn. So thinking critically, being able to use what you know very well is a skill in itself. And one very simple example of that is, when I'm pretty sure a lot of you would have heard of this, that if you give a man fish, then you feed him for a day, but if you teach him or you skill him on how to fish, you actually get him to feed himself for life. And that's what exactly a skill is. So if you pick up something that helps you make a living forever, is a true skill. And in today's current scenario, with the way the world is changing so quickly, it's very important to be able to learn how to learn. If I tell you, if I put you through learning of books, reading a lot of things, watching a lot of videos, you may remember some of this, you may not remember some of this. But at any given point in time, if you know how to figure these things out, where to get access to this information, how to process this information, how to apply this information, that in itself is a pretty big skill. In the current role that I play at my organization, I work with a lot of teachers. And what I've realized is that skill is a massive piece of shifting. And just to take the example of what students need in the future forward, look at professions today. Would someone had thought about 10 years ago that being a YouTuber is actually a profession? And no one really taught us that, right? When I was in school or when I was in college, you could become a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher. But there was no such thing as becoming a YouTuber or an influencer. But today's students are actually working towards becoming that, and these are careers in today's world. But who's teaching them the skills for this? 10 years from now, if someone would want to become this, I don't know if schools and colleges are catering to that. Are we really giving the children what they need for the future? Are we teaching them things like coding and computational skills? Are we really getting them to understand how to do this for the future, how to be more technology embraced and how to, capture these things for themselves. So these are some of the things that are really important for the future for our students. But unfortunately, right now, there's very little work happening on that. However, we're very focused on making that happening, and I'm hoping that with NEP coming in, the Indian government has also taken a step forward towards that, towards ensuring that not just the teachers are skilled, but we also think about the future skills required by our students, what they would need 10 years, 20 years from now to hold jobs and do really well.
Hello Symbiosis, I hope you are safe and doing great. I am Sriram Subramani, an IT architect with 20 years of experience. I've seen a tremendous change in the way we work today when compared to my initial career. Technology is a backbone, it has come a way long with an exceptional growth. Now let's talk about skill. Any work can be done in a different way, but doing it the right way will yield the best results. Now how do we do this? World Bank published in 2021 about the critical skill that one should possess in this competitive world. Beginning with cognitive skill is thinking and reasoning. Socio-emotional skill, it's all about leadership, teamwork, and self-control. Technical skill, it's your knowledge, expertise, and materializing the tools and technologies. Digital skill, which is the most critical skill in the current age. It can help us to integrate, communicate, and share information secure. Academic education is just a foundation. We'll have to develop that with the help of our skill. There are very few areas where digital inventions are yet to penetrate, and it's not going to be later. Most of our day-to-day activities, some way or the other, they have a dependency to digital invention. Have you ever thought physical currencies will be replaced by digital currencies? Who knows? Sooner physical currencies could be just seen in museums. Digital inventions have made us the way that we see the world smaller and smaller. Let's take an example of this pandemic situation. Imagine if we are in the era of no internet, how this would have been affected the communication. With the help of digital inventions, we are able to reach each and everywhere the communications are, and the output of digital inventions are intense. Like remote education, remote working, digital shopping, which were the earlier stage. Now we are 100% digital shopping, and this is not going to stop even when we come to the normal life. That's the footprint that digital inventions have made in our life today. We are the current generation blessed to be in this era and have the privilege of using them in our life. And you are the future of India, who's going to make this much better than what we are today in this competitive world. We are nowhere lacking. India is one of the contributors in the latest technology. And I believe that the current generation is going to take it up to a higher level. I thank for Symbiosis giving me this opportunity and wish you all a bright and best career in your life. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
That was an amazing and insightful video of our skill leaders. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. I have immense pleasure of welcoming and introducing to you our esteemed speaker for the Day 2 of National Skill Convention 2022, Dr. Yogesh Kulkarni, to throw light on the story of students of Vigyan Ashram. Dr. Yogesh Kulkarni is the Executive Director of Vigyan Ashram. Since college days, Sir has been involved in various educational activities such as literacy moments and educating children from some slum areas. After engineering and management education, he worked for a multinational company for 3 years and then decided to join Vigyan Ashram to pursue his passion for education. Vigyan Ashram is a center under Indian Institute of Education, Pune. It has developed a unique program, Rural Development Through Education System, that is RDES, which integrates education and rural development. He is heading a unique initiative which turned many dropout students into entrepreneurs and inventors. Sir is the founder director of the company Agricon Private Limited, which provides agricultural solutions to the farmers. He has conceptualized and headed replications of RDES program in 72 schools in Karnataka, states of India, involving more than 6,000 students, and is currently involved in movements to use technology in education and has developed many educational CD-ROMs in Indian regional languages. Sir headed a project for educating nomadic tribes, which won the UNESCO award in the non-formal education category in 2008. He's a recipient of Development Marketplace Award 2007, Youth to Youth Innovation Award 2007, and many more. We welcome you, sir, and I would now like to hand over the platform to you to address our attendees. Thank you. Sir,
Yeah.
you can
You want me
start
to
with your
start now?
presentation. Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I'm sharing my screen. Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to all of you. I'm going to talk about story of students of Vigyan Ashram. Organizer asked me to share our story of Vigyan Ashram with you. But then I said, story of Vigyan Ashram is story of our students. And it is a story of how we are creating entrepreneurs in rural India. And therefore, I want to share the story of the students. And while doing this, I will share with you like how we are training the Vigyan Ashram students into entrepreneurs. Vigyan Ashram is located 70 kilometers from Pune in a small village called Pabal. These are some of the photographs of our campus. It's a drought-prone village. Recently, like few days before, there is a bus started to Pabal. Otherwise, you need to change at least 2 public transport buses to reach Pabal. There is a water scarcity. Even this year, from next month onwards, we have to depend on tanker water. So almost all the problems, they are there in any Indian village, they are present at Pabal. And so as we have the facility like a fabrication laboratory, workshop, all kind of skill training facility at Vigyan Ashram. And we conduct various programs for our students. We have a non-formal student center where we train the student from 15 to 20 years of age, irrespective of their educational background. Minimum 8th standard is the qualification. And they stay on the campus for 1 year. It is a diploma in basic road technology. We work with formal school from class 8 to 10 standard. I will not be talking about our formal program with you, but I will be focusing on the Design Innovation Center, which is mainly for the undergraduates and graduate students. And there we conduct various programs for them. We have various facility on campus, like we have a food processing, goat farming, poultry. We have a training facility for training on solar energy. We have a nursery, polyhouse. We do conduct training on plumbing and digital fabrication. So what Vigyan Ashram we do different than the other skill training institute or colleges. You might have seen when there is a medical college, there is a hospital attached to it. And when the student who comes out of the medical college, majority of them, they will aspire to start their own practice or they want to start their hospital. But for other disciplines, we don't have such medical college or some kind of a service facility attached to a school or colleges. So we thought, like medical college has a hospital, why not we have similar facility of providing service to the community attached to the schools of other discipline? And therefore, from Vigyan Ashram, we are providing community services through our institute. And we provide 85 types of different services to the people. So our laboratory, our workshops, they are a production cum service center. And the customer who comes to our labs or workshops, they pay for the services and we provide them a service with the help of our students. And this helps us in many ways. The community gets the services which are not commercially affordable. And therefore villagers come to Vigyan Ashram for getting our services. And this benefits both of us, the community, Vigyan Ashram, and to our students. Community gets benefited because they get the services near to them. Vigyan Ashram gets benefited because we are able to provide hands-on training to our students. And students get benefited because they get the experience. They get a real life experience while providing service to community. So these are some of the services. We take a variety of services, right from making website, web pages, solar installation, installation of drip, sprinklers, carrying out construction of toilets, their homes, electrical fitting, maintenance, you name it. So 85 types of different services we provide to the students. So coming back to the story part. As I told you, we have a program called as Diploma in Basic Rural Technology for the rural youth, mainly a rural youth who are studied up to 10th standard between age group of 15 to 20. It's a 1-year residential program. And it is not a trade-based program. It is not like a ITI where you get trained in particular skill. It's a multi-skill program. You need to get yourself trained in variety of skills like engineering, energy and environment, agriculture, animal husbandry, home and health. Like engineering takes care of fabrication, carpentry, construction. Energy takes care of electrical energy, solar energy, biogas, watershed conservation measures. Agriculture and animal husbandry takes care of polyhouse, nursery, poultry, goat farming, dairy. And home and health takes care of food processing and other skills. The tenet of this program, they are very simple. It's a learning while doing. There is no stress on classroom training. Student works in different departments. The 4 departments I already described. And they provide various types of community services to the people. And they also earn while they're practicing different skills. So they also learn while doing the variety of skills. So this is one of the story of my students, Ram Singh. He is from Amravati, Medghat area. Those of who from Maharashtra knows like Medghat is one of the backward region of Maharashtra. It's a tribal belt, and he came from the small village. His father, he is a farmer, very small land, tribal land. They were cultivating rice cultivation. So it's like a below poverty line, staying in small hut. And he got admission to Vigyan Ashram via support of some of the well-wishers. He joined in Vigyan Ashram in 2008. He did his course for 1 year with all this learning while doing philosophy. After the course, he joined a fabricator in Pabal village, again with Vigyan Ashram alumni. In his workshop, he started practicing his skills. And from 2008 to 2015, he worked in the fabrication shop. And when he left his shop in Pabal, he was earning around 18,000 rupees a month. It was a big salary at that time in a small village, Pabal, for a boy from Melghat. Ram Singh left Pabal village to go back to Melghat and start his workshop in 2015. Of course, he doesn't have the money to start his workshop. So, and no bank was ready to give him a loan because he is from poor family, no collateral. And therefore, we carried out crowdfunding from a platform called as Rang De. So it was a crowdfunding platform. Many good-hearted people donated for starting Ram Singh's workshop. So he got a loan of 1.5 lakh rupees. We purchased essential tools and equipments. The screenshot you are seeing from Rang De is about the letter of loan disbursement, loan repayment from the Ram Singh. Like in 2 years' time, he repaid all his loan, and that's why he got a certificate. And in between, the news article in Marathi is about the story which came in a Marathi newspaper, Agrovan. It is about that. And the photograph is basically my visit to his workshop when it was started. So after 2015, Ram Singh made a lot of progress. And last week, on last Sunday, I visited this site. This is from ISKCON temple in Palghar. They are constructing these new hostels. And Ram Singh got contract for fabrication of all the fabrication jobs in this building. Today, Ram Singh employs more than 15 youth from Melghat. He is running his workshop in Melghat as well, and he is extended his work in this area as well to the organization like ISKCON. He's providing a service. Of course, there are many other things. He got his land, he got his bungalow, he got everything. But this is a story of a small tribal youth coming from Melghat, and he become a entrepreneur in 12 years of hard work. He become a entrepreneur and a role model in his community. We have another program at Vigyan Ashram, which is a design innovation center. It is mainly for the undergraduate, graduate, postgraduate students. And normally students from small towns come to Vigyan Ashram. They are not very academically star performer, but they are energetic. And the name of the course, we call it as a Designing a Solution course. So the students from these colleges, they come to Vigyan Ashram for 6 months and they work on a real life problem in the community and try to design a solution for it. It's again a learning and earning kind of program. And we get students from all over the country to do this course. I will give you some case studies of the students who are working on it. So this is Harshada. Harshada is a commerce graduate, and she's from Mumbai. I'm just muting her voice in the video. So she is a commerce graduate, but she has a liking for the sewing and knitting. She wants to make a career in fashion. So she came to Vigyan Ashram. Of course, it's a learning while doing. She started working on this. She wanted to, she made the different kind of designs. She made, there is a course called as Fabric Academy we run at Vigyan Ashram. So she will work on making a biodegradable plastic, a different kind of natural colors, and she practiced her skill. So there is each student at Vigyan Ashram has his blog where he documents what his skill he has and what he has done at Vigyan Ashram. So on the screen you are seeing is a basically link of her blog. I can share with you the links if those who are interested. And in the video which is running, you can see the skill she earned. So she has to document what she had done, what she had stitched, what she had designed, and what kind of features it has. So it become her portfolio. So when she go for a job after completing the program, she doesn't need a certificate. She has a portfolio. So like a video which is playing in the on my slide, you can see she took a feedback of customer, she designed the product, give it to the customer, and this kind of a portfolio help Harshada to get her job. These are some of the photographs of what kind of other design she made. Like she made a design using a 3D printer on her dress. She made some kind of a dress which doesn't need a stitching. She made a wearable electronics. So you have a conductive thread and which can sparkle on your dress. So she came with the different designs, but story doesn't end over here. Before pandemic, there was in 2019, there was a flood in Maharashtra, in Sangli and Kolhapur area. She went over there and she conducted classes for the self-help group women to make the different products. And she helped them to develop this product and sell them with a brand name Titli. So this is the story of Harshada. Now Harshada got a good job in a design firm and she's doing well. But her skill and the way she developed leads her to get her job. I will take your attention to another story of Pooja. Pooja done a bachelor in computer science from, again, a small village, from studied in Marathi medium. So not a very kind of a good kind of presentation, communication, a smart skill from the urban standard. But she knows Marathi, and so she decided to work on using her skills and computer knowledge. And she started working on Wikipedia Marathi. I'm sure most of you might have used Wikipedia, but I'm not sure how many of you have uploaded some information on the Wikipedia. You are consumer of the information, but we are not contributing for the encyclopedia, which is contributed by the different people. Today, Pooja, she has written more than 2000 articles, edits on Marathi Wikipedia. She write more than 50 new articles, 20 articles about the different villages. And she also started scanning of the old books, which are copyright free, scanning them and uploading them, doing the OCR. In fact, she has trained the girls in Pabal village in doing this. So now we have a center where we scan the open source book, or the authors who want to upload their books online in the wiki library. They send it to Vigyan Ashram, we do the scanning, we do the OCR, and we upload it for a fees. So again, there is a need, and we started providing a solution on it, and the new kind of a service emerged. So this is an article about Pooja in Sakal newspaper, which talk about how on the Navaratri day this article came. So again, the rural girl with some skill training and started she learned her skill while practicing community services, and she got her direction for her career. So the model is very simple. Our rural areas is underdeveloped. So there is an absence of development in the community. And this absence of development in the community can become a hands-on opportunity for providing a hands-on training to students. We give them learning problems, a development problem as a learning challenges, a research problem for our students. And this help both the community get the services and the students get the relevant education. I will take your attention to another problem, another story of students. He's Amol Khamkar, mechanical engineer. I spoke about Ram Singh, who is a 10th standard pass from Melghat. I spoke about Harshada. She did a commerce. I spoke about Pooja. Pooja did a BCS. Amol did a mechanical engineering. He came again. He was jobless when he came to Vigyan Ashram. Though many students who, even if they get a skill training, they don't get a job. It's because they get a skill training, but it's not hands-on, it's not practical, it's not which is directed to the community use. So Amol came to Vigyan Ashram, and we directed him to a problem which is given to us by the self-help group in Bhima Shankar. And this self-help group, they came with us a problem. They are supplying a ragi natsni, like a red millet biscuit, red millet laddus in Pune. It's called as natsni in Marathi. So they were supplying this. They are supplying this biscuit, these laddus to the Pune market. But it take a lot of time in roasting of the rava. It's a manual, and they had a pain in their shoulder, and the order quantity was increasing. So they wanted to have some solution, and we asked Amol to work on this problem. And Amol has designed a ragi roaster, which can roast 7 kg of rava per hour. So it's a simple attachment. You can put it on a kadhai, and you can roast it. It increases the capacity of production of this woman by 2.5 times. So 2.5 times more production and less drudgery. So whatever mechanical engineering Amol has learned, it got used over here. The continuous stirring, it was avoiding a charring of flour, and this roasting of flour was taking on slow heat. Amol not only solved the problem of the that Bhima Shankar ladies, but also it gives opportunity to start manufacturing of these items. So these are the same method we propagated to other self-help group which are making a laddu, and we started sharing with them. I will give another example. The poultry, as you know, in the Western Maharashtra, it's a main kind of a side business to the farm. But there is a problem. The supply of chick, it was erratic. And if you have a small poultry farmer, you are dependent on the big poultries for supply of chicks. The solution was, one of my students who was having this problem, he started working on it. He said we should have a small hatchery, so that we can produce only that many chicks that we can sell in our own village. So we want a small poultry, but we don't have any data. So since we don't have a data, the first step, it was done by the agriculture engineering students. We started conducting data of what kind of situation, what kind of temperature, what yeah. So it went through a different stages of prototyping phase, and finally we made a egg incubator of 500 eggs, 1000 eggs, and 5000 egg capacity. One of our diploma student, Anil Gade, who was a DBRT student, who was like a 10th standard pass, he worked with these engineering college students to work on this project. He set up this factory in Wagholi, where these egg incubators are suitable for the native breed, the Desi breed. And he started selling this egg incubator of different size. He is the fastest selling manufacturer of the egg incubator category on the India Mart. You can go and search for the future innovation system incubators, and you will get all the different kind of products he is selling. Story doesn't end over here. He started selling these incubators to the self-help group women. So the self-help group women, they purchase this incubator. They grow they keep the eggs, they get the chicken and sell this one day old chick to their members. So if it's 1,000 capacity incubator, they can supply 100 chicks to each member for 10 members. And in 3 months, they get approximately 9,000 rupees as a income. So and they get additional eggs for the home use. So it started a new kind of enterprise. So few college, the engineers started working on the real life problem. Of course, there are some students from SP Jain Management Institute in Mumbai. They design a business model around it. So one problem that the farmers are not getting chicks at right time leads us to a different kind of a innovation. So we made a business plan by the SP Jain Management College of students. The humidity sensor in the egg incubator, it was costing 10,000 rupees, which was supplied by the Honeywell. Another student, Jaideep, he came up with the idea, and we designed a very low cost sensor using some basic scientific principles. So same quality sensor, by making some kind of programming adjustment, we are able to reduce the cost on it. More innovation. So this is a sensor what he has developed. My point is, for developing this incubator, we need a DBRT student who is a 10th standard pass, who actually running a business. There was an agriculture student, engineering students, who actually took the measurement and find out what kind of conditions are required for hens to grow, to incubate the chick. There was an electronics engineer. There was a management students who were involved in making a business plan. So the real life, solving a real life problem, you need a interdisciplinary approach. You can't say, okay, I'm a mechanical engineer, so I will only look for the mechanical engineering problems, or I'm a commerce student, so I will only look everything from the commerce angle, and I will not learn about the other disciplines. So for the research about the real life problems happens at the intersection of different disciplines, and then only an entrepreneur can provide a service to the community or run a good business. So Vigyan Ashram model is very simple. So there are need of the community. We ask our students to get engaged into the projects as their projects. Many times we need to iterate the problem, reiterate the problem, go it through again and again, and finally we came up with the problem statement. There are many technological institutes they are working on different problems and developing different solutions. We try to learn from them, adopt it, again ask the students to learn these projects, learn these ideas, and try to disseminate the technology. So on one hand, we are trying to collect the problems, and if there is no solutions available, we try to develop it. If the solution is available, we adopt it, we modified it, and start supplying the technology to the students. When we start providing these technologies to the students, it takes us to the developing of the new technologies. I will take you to this last example of rice de-husking machine. The rice de-husking machine, the problem statement was given to us by the self-help group in Rajguru Nagar, near Pune. And these women, they were supplying a brown rice, or what is called as hand-pounded rice, to the a big marketing mall in Pune. And their order was increasing, but doing a hand pounding is a laborious task. It pains your shoulder. So they came to us, like they want to give the same kind of rice, same quality of rice of the hand pounded, but can they use the machine? They don't want to compromise on the quality. They will charge, they want the machine for 7,000 rupees. We ask them for advance. The student who are seeing in the photograph, she started working on this prototype on the 2014 to make a manual operated machine. We developed the manual operated machine, supplied to them. But then they said, no, we want to add a motor to it. After 2 years, we put a motor on it, supplied to them. The cost increased to 25,000 rupees. Then again, they came to us saying, no, we want now again further modification. We want the husk to be get separated and we want rice to be get separated. We don't want to do the winnowing operation by hand. With the help of students project, we went through all these iteration. On the screen, you are seeing some of the photographs, some of the versions of the rice machine we are selling. And of course, subsequent press coverage, it's also you are seeing on the screen. Finally, now one of our student, she's running actually a company called as Climber System in Pune, in Katraj. And now she is commercially selling this machine, rice desking machine. Last year, she sold around 160 of these machines. This machine is approved by under subsidy from the different governments. The point is a real life problem taken by the student as their project, start providing a service to the community, started solving their problem. It leads to a new kind of enterprise of manufacturing of these machines. Not only manufacturing of this machine, but the self-help group, like 160 self-help group, which purchased this machine last year, they started additional kind of a livelihood opportunity for them. So entrepreneur creates this kind of a new opportunities. So these problems are opportunities. Vigyan Ashram is located in a small village, Pabal. So it's opportunities. So many opportunities, and our rural areas are full of problems, and therefore the opportunities are there for entrepreneurship, for a creative minds. These are screenshot of our website. Those of you who want to visit Vigyan Ashram and want to know about our activities, there is a website called as vigyanashram.online. So just visit our website vigyanashram.online, and there you will able to see what kind of activities, what kind of projects, technologies we are working. So these are the technologies on solar we are using at Vigyan Ashram. We have a solar free, solar milking machine, a different kind of thing. Just visit our website, you will look into it. So what kind of future opportunities are there for us? How to look for these opportunities? Those who want to get skill training and want to start their own. I will suggest you to refer to Sustainable Development Goal as a guide. So what kind of opportunities are there? There are different goals and different targets are there in the SDGs. You can find the information on the website. So for example, zero hunger is a sustainable development goal. And so you can think there are different kind of opportunities are there, like developing dryer, developing food wastage, doubling farmers' income, how to increase the farm productivity using hydroponics, aquaponics, so agriculture automation. So different opportunities are available for those who got the skill training. SDG kind of 6, the clean water and sanitation, supplying filtered water, grey water recycling, cleaning, making water filters. All these are possible. There are opportunities are there. Decent work and economic growth, reduction of drudgery. There are many opportunities are there. I will not go into it, but I will love to take any questions if there are. Quality of education, providing good quality of education, different kind of opportunities are there. And the government of India national priorities are driven by the SDG goals. So I think the Swachh Bharat, doubling farmer income, Skill India, Make in India, all these are giving Startup India, all these are giving us a good opportunities for us to, for the youth to start their own enterprises. Finally, if we want to have a rural development, now it's the 75 years of our Indian independence. and still people count us, the world count us as a developing country. It's not a good sign. Now we want to make our development at very fast pace, and to develop, increase the pace of our development, we need to use technology. Therefore, whatever the example I was giving, they are more of a technology driven, because with the help of technology only, we can increase our pace of our development and increase our efficiencies. Only developing technology is not sufficient. We need to educate our people on these new technologies, how to use them. And once the people, they started getting learning about this technology, getting educated about this technology, we need to have enterprises in the villages, enterprises everywhere, those who will provide these technology based services to the people. So we need to have a small enterprises in the villages. If this can happen, then only we have a rural development. And this is the model of Vigyan Ashram. Finally, I want to share with you this invitation of those of you who want to become an entrepreneur, those who want to enter into the world of this rural technology and the rural entrepreneurship. Then you can definitely contact us. We will able to support us. We don't look for your qualification. We don't look for how much funds you have, what is capacity you have. We need a lot of energy. We want you to have an empathy for your community. You should have an adventurous attitude, and you should have creative mind, fresh thinking, and hardworking nature. If you have that kind of in you, and if you want to, if the place doesn't matter to you, then of course, please write to us. We will able to help you out in your career journey and for the entrepreneurship development. So this is from my side. Now I am open for any questions if they have. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, so for our first question to you is that you have worked in multinational companies and have lived the corporate life, something that this generation aspires to experience, right? But then you decided to opt out and do something completely different. So how did that shift happen, and how do you feel about that shift?
See, that shift, I don't think that's a shift or something. See, if you love trekking, then you will not see basically, okay, you love trekking, then you go for that hardship and you enjoy it. You don't say, or like if you want to eat a mango and you want to mango basically directly by sucking the mango, then you are definitely, your fingers are going to get spoiled. So similarly, like what you enjoy is the most. So the place doesn't matter. Why I came to Vigyan Ashram is because of the challenge it offers to you, the problem, the magnitude of the problem, the rural areas, the kind of the poverty and the underdevelopment. See, so many challenges are there, and how we can sit idle. And especially like the young generation or the youth, they are the one who should take up on these kind of a bigger challenges and bigger dreams. So in fact, I was also got inspired by the such kind of the magnitude of the challenge, and therefore I decided to basically I will try my bit, because anybody can do a job in multinational. That's fine, but you need an adventurous kind of mind. So that's why I invite you, those who have this kind of mind, please join us.
So on the similar lines of your previous answer, it is ironic that rural development is an absolutely important domain that deserves attention. But on the same hand, it is the most neglected one. So what would be your advice to the people who are listening to us today?
See, tell me, who will develop the rural part of this? So only the people who are staying over there, and the youth who are staying over there. So if you want to develop our country, or basically our villages, the people who are staying over there, they have the more responsibility. And it's neglected because we neglected it. So those who came from villages and basically, and I will tell you, in the villages, there are many opportunities. If you see the quality of life in the villages, you will get. And now in the era of work from home and the internet connectivity and all the solar energy and So the place doesn't matter. So whether you are in a city or in a rural area, but kind of a quality of life you will get in villages, you will not get in cities. And therefore, my advice is only thing basically, yes, there are the problems, there is opportunity, you can get a good kind of a living by using your skill. And like many people talk about skill deficit in the industry. So a lot of skill deficit is there in industry. You need a so many kind of a sector skill, and so many kind of gaps are there. See, there is also a skill deficit in the rural area, in the rural development, and there is no competition because there are very few takers. So tell me, like, I was wise enough to understand when I was of your age, like there is a gap and there is no competition. So what you will do? So those who are listening to it, I will say, just look at it from this angle, like there is very less competition to work in the rural areas. So just think from other point of view.
That is so true. I mean, we are the people who need to take that stand, and we are the people who need to, stop neglecting and actually do something about it. You mentioned in your presentation about educating people about technology. So we as college students, what are the steps that we can take, or what are the things that we can do on our level to educate people about technology, or about the domains that we are expert in or we are learning about, right, in our college? So what is your take?
See, basically, if you go, uh, see, the charity start at home. So it first thing you do in basically, okay, what you are doing for in your maybe if your parents are educated, where you are like, then I will say you are fortunate. But just find out whether like your maid or maybe somebody at in your villages, and whether they are using technology, whether they are using a scientific approach, or are you questioning them? Like many people I interview, they are from rural background, they are from the business thing, and I ask them a questions. Okay, do you know the income of your family? Have you tried to use new technologies over there? Why your the place of your parents where they are working is like this? Can't it be better? So are we questioning over there? So I think instead of going to someone and conducting a camp over there, I think we can start with right from our own society. I will give you an example. Um, uh, uh, 2 years back, there is a bus stop in Pabal village, and the bus stop in Pabal village, it was in depleted condition, and it was and the same year I think the surgical strike happened. So we said, okay, we will take a surgical strike on this bus stand, and we are around 70 students, and we decided this. There was a toilet. But it was not in bad condition, not used, not cleaned properly. Everything was rusted, no paint, so many posters, and the 60 students, we planned it before, like who will go, who will do the repair of the wall, who will do a and who will do the painting, who will do basically a fabrication, a welding work. We'll go to the people and ask for the help. We need the money, we don't have the money. So we said, okay, we'll go to the sarpanch, we'll talk to them, we'll ask the money. We'll go to the JCB operator, the earth mover, who will help us to construct the soak pit. And we all 60 people divided the work, and from we started work at 10 o'clock and till 6 o'clock in the evening on 25th of January, one day before the Republic Day. In 6 hours we cleaned everything, and it was a beautiful one. uh, it came again, it came in the newspaper and others, but we didn't go and preach them basically, okay, you do the cleanliness. What we did basically, this is our place, we want to do like this. So if you have a group of students, don't go and preach someone, go and give a talk or try to educate them. Everybody is aware about it. Newspaper, television, radio, everything, news and information available. We lack the capability to act. So as a student group, if you are able to do that, I think it will be very good.
I think that was really well said. I mean, there's always a notion that we need like a lot of human resource, a lot of money to bring change and take that first step. But ultimately, I think it all boils down to how compassionate you are about something, right? The next question is: do you think that your educational background helped you to amplify and incorporate technology in a better way? And do you think more people like you should come join in and actually put their expertise to work?
See, I told you, like, you need a support from many disciplines. Because I was from a engineering background, I started looking from there. There are some people who from make a medical background, they might have started from the health background. So in the management, you might have learned about the vicious cycle of poverty. So the poverty leads to, so all health, education, technical scaling, livelihood, entrepreneurship, all all are required to basically break that cycle of poverty. And therefore, you are from whichever discipline, it doesn't matter. But whether you are starting it and you are standing basically against some problem, that is very important.
So the next question is, you mentioned about community services, you mentioned about student training programs, you mentioned about students who gain experience out of this. There are 85 different types of community services that you have in your this thing. So this is a very extensive structure if we have to look at it, right? So how was the ideation, formulation, execution of the same, and how did you actually go about with the entire process of launching this and making sure that the units and parts of involved in this entire structure goes on smoothly?
It starts with the basically from the institute itself, like Vigyan Ashram itself. For any work what we do, basically we first we offer the work to students. If they want to take it as a contract, they are the one who can basically get the order. So this is the first one. It starts from our website. The website is also developed by our students, so they get the payment. So we take sometimes they make a mistake, but then we take the help of advisors, we take the help of the consultants. We do them with, of course, but the work is done by our students first of all. Second thing, if some students is having a work at their home, and they to give a simple example, like, okay, if you have a mixer at your home and it got broke down, because we are a technical institute, so he can bring it to the institute saying, okay, this got broken down, what to do? And we will be we are happy basically with such kind of work. So first, community service starts with the Vigyan Ashram itself. We do all our work with the help of students. If students are not able to do it, we hire the consultant who help us, but the student work with them as labor. And I told you, I give you example of all the disciplines, right? From the website development, the Wikipedia. It's not only a technical, it's from all the discipline, the food processing, we do all these things. Second, from the community, from the parents, from the students, they bring the work from their home. It is the second thing. When you start doing it, the people started looking for you, and they started coming with your problem. And when the people started coming with your problem, then you know basically what is the pain point of a customer. Where the customer, there is an opportunity, where there is a need, where what people are asking for. This places us in a better position to spot out the entrepreneurship opportunities. So many of our students, when they are working this community service, they get an opportunity. They see, okay, this is the opportunity, I can earn money. So while they are student, they can start earning also. Right.
So I think that was a wonderful session. We gained like a lot of hands-on, like the examples and stories, which are really intriguing. And it actually feels great to see somebody like you who left job and came excelling in this field. I mean, we've had quite a few field visits from our college to your place also. And the experiences that people share after coming back from Pabal is that they had an amazing day and they saw people working and doing what they love. So I would like to thank you from the entire team involved in this for coming for this National Skill Convention and from your busy schedule. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
It was great having you.
Thank you. Bye.
General instructions to note. Kindly note that the e-certificates will be awarded only to those participants who have attended the valedictory session and have submitted the feedback form on both the days. Now, we will be having a short break. We will be resuming our sessions at 2 p.m. The feedback form and the certificate forms will be posted in the live chat session after the valedictory session is over between 3 to 3:50 p.m. So requesting everyone to kindly fill in. So stay tuned and thank you.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Okay. So I'll start. Robert Greene once quoted, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways." I now take the pleasure to introduce you to Mrs. Teresa Jacobs, who is the Executive Director of ISDC. As one of the leaders of the International Skill Development Corporation, ISDC, UK, Ms. Teresa Jacobs is focused on a few key aspects of the modern concepts of education, skill acquisition, and enhancement. Ma'am has also managed Pearson, Edexcel, ELT testing provision before moving on to design assessments in a variety of subject areas. She's also worked for CIMA as Head of Quality Assurance, taken the lead responsibility for top CIMA, and was influential in gaining external Q&A recognition for CIMA using the EFQM model. On behalf of a leading private international e-provider, she obtained the Queen's Award for Enterprise. She later joined the Institute of Directors, IOD, UK, where she transformed the assessments and introduced e-assessment delivery. Currently serving as the Executive Director, Learning at ISDC, Mrs. Teresa works towards creating and accrediting innovative UK awarded programs to be delivered in India and beyond. Mrs. Jacobs is a regular speaker at many educational events and was the chair of judges for the e-Assessment Award for Transformational Change in 2021. We are indeed privileged and honored to have you amongst us, all the way from UK. We welcome you and would request you to enlighten us on the topic, integrating skills into the syllabus and assessment of the HE Business Program. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the very kind introduction. I'm always honored to speak with Symbiosis. I actually find your name really very inspirational, and I hope in my small way with my presentation, we can actually continue the symbiosis that has been going on for a long time with both ISDC, myself personally, and your esteemed college. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. And if I may, I will now share my screen. Oh, wait a moment. Just a second. I've gone the wrong way. Right. Do I need? Apologies. I'm talking about skills and failing completely here. So I need to share my screen. Yep. And is my screen now visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. Let me try it again. So it's saying I need I need permission to share my content.
Ma'am, you have access. Could you just check?
Okay. Again? Should be working now. Entire screen. Share. I'm having a little bit of a problem. I'm actually in a hotel room. I'm in Istanbul rather than in the UK. And I'm afraid this is not being kind to me today. Is there any way you could...
Yes, ma'am,
I
we will
believe
share
you
it.
have my slides already. I think we
Yes,
should
ma'am,
not
we
try
will
the
share it in 2 minutes and you can begin.
Perfect. I'll just try one more time. No, it's grayed out, so I'm not actually able to share the screen. And I think we have to accept that, I'm afraid. It's a shame.
Ma'am, we'll share it from our end.
Many, many thanks. Many thanks.
Ma'am, is the presentation visible on your end?
I've got my own presentation in front of me. If I just say to change the slide, would that be okay? Or you'll probably follow my logic?
Yes, ma'am, that would be better if you could tell us change the slide.
Perfect. All right. Sorry for the inauspicious beginning on a presentation that is about using skills, where one of the skills is absolutely undoubtedly the IT skills, and I have completely failed. As I said, I'm speaking to you today from a hotel room in Istanbul. I will carry on. So thank you for the introduction. I'm Teresa Jacobs. I'm the Executive Director of Learning at ISDC. And today I would like to talk to you about a program that I'm particularly proud of, where we actually had the opportunity to start a qualification from a blank sheet of paper. So let us say we would like to put together a university level program for students, and our starting point is this completely blank sheet of paper, other than we know we are in this case putting together a business program. So our major considerations in putting together our program were that we wanted to embed employability skills. We have so many examples, both in the UK and also in, I believe, in India, where the employers recruit very, very well qualified, A-scoring students from the top universities, but tend to complain that the students look at them blankly when they're asked to do particular things, look at them blankly when they're asked to solve problems. And basically, we talk about, this balancing between knowledge and skills. So our issue was we wanted to embed employability skills. Now, I'm not going to take a lot of your time going through exactly what the employability skills are, because if you ask every employer, they will give you many different answers, or indeed are not always able to spot the skills they want, but only to point you in the direction of the absence of the skill. So we wanted to focus on not just the knowledge, but the application of knowledge. So we looked at the old days and the old style of the examination, where basically, dear students, you can pretend this doesn't apply to you, but I'm sure it applied to me as a student, where the demonstration of your knowledge through the exams basically requires you to stay up all night for 3 nights before the exam, drink 1 million cups of coffee, and basically hope for the best, that the right question comes up and that you can basically regurgitate or represent exactly what your teacher told you. So your teacher's told you the right answer, you've got the right question, all you've got to do is manage your time in the exam, scribbling away with your pencil and your pen frantically to get the right answer. Now, as we've discovered, there really is no comparative requirement for this in the workplace. As a working person, I barely pick up a pencil. I am never required to write for 3 hours and prove that I know it. So we wanted to focus on using that knowledge and using skills-based assessment rather than exams. So for any students out there who don't particularly like exams, you might like what we do. If, on the other hand, you're one of those students that quite enjoys the frantic 17 cups of coffee for 3 nights before the exam, this is not necessarily for you. We feel that an assessment is a problem-solving task, is really much, much more in line with what employers will ask you to do on a day-to-day basis. So that was our sort of starting point. Now, in looking for how we could embed the skills within our programs, our business programs, my solution came from a very unique part of the world. And I don't know if anybody recognizes this part of the world. I think you will see quite clearly that it's not India. It is part of Great Britain. It's rainy, windy, drizzly Scotland. Now, from Scotland, we have this really excellent piece of research and a whole model that really gave us all of the guidance we needed so that in creating this program, these skills became an intrinsic part, both of the delivery of the program, but of the assessment of the program. So instead of having what in the old days would have been, here's a lesson on PowerPoint presentation and the test is, you deliver a PowerPoint presentation, we completely embedded the skills in everything we do, you know, to the extent that we can. And very importantly, we understood that with the skills and the knowledge developing together, we could see that we had a progression of the skills, so that the skills level that you require at first year undergraduate are going to then be developed in your second year, your third year, moving into your masters. And it was all laid out for us. So, as you know, universities traditionally focus on knowledge, on cramming knowledge into the brains of the students. Now, I'm in no way implying that this is the way that you are taught in Symbiosis. I am not implying that in the slightest, merely saying this is the tradition. Of course, with the age of the internet, we've already seen that to a certain extent, we don't really need knowledge per se. We don't need to know the dates of this and the formula for this and the recipe for this. We don't actually need to know it because we have Google. You know, it takes 10 seconds or less to find out an item of knowledge from Google. But we now find that the challenge is evaluating facts. Is it true? Where does it come from? Where do I find it? How do I find it? How do I develop that criticality about the knowledge rather than simply cramming it in? So, as I said at the beginning, we are focusing in the universities on knowledge traditionally, and meanwhile, the workforce are seeking their fully qualified skills employers who will basically get on with the job without needing to be told each and every step You know, the sort of example of the student who once came from a college of hospitality, when tasked with a problem, more or less said, well, I've written essays about it, but I haven't actually done it. And it's like, well, we don't want you to write an essay about it. We do want you to do it. And we want you to be able to do it without constantly asking us how to do it. Colleagues at Symbiosis, are you managing to follow the slides with me? Yep, we should have Mr. Bean here. Excellent. So, very brief introduction to my esteemed colleagues at the Scottish Qualifications Authority, the SQA. SQA is National Accreditation and Awarding Body for Scotland, that little rainy, windy country. But they truly help people fulfill their potential, and they have a very strict oversight of standards across Scottish education and beyond. So I think due to their particular talents in integrating skills and knowledge, they have got some international renown. So I think you could say that that SQA is something like, in the India context, the Association of Indian Universities. They kind of have the oversight over a lot of what is going on in higher education within the country and beyond. So SQA generally work with many, many centres in Scotland, also overseas, very much growing in terms of their reach and their activities. And it is therefore with SQA that we're working in the Indian context as an approved SQA provider. So what do? They do awarding and accrediting. So in the same way as a university does awarding and accrediting, they are basically in the position, students, of ensuring that the program you get is a valid program, a quality program, is meaningful, and is going to give you the skills and knowledge that you need for the future, as opposed to simply a piece of paper. Let's skip through that. I'm going to skip this slide because I think it's a little bit too much for you. So if we take on board that we have an authority that is setting, maintaining and monitoring those standards, our next issue really is to say, well, what are those standards? We know that if you are in the first year of a university program, it has to be, in very simple terms, more difficult than your last year at high school. But it has to be less difficult than the second year. So we have this sense of progression of how do we measure that what the work that you're doing is taking you up the steps of the ladder in terms of your knowledge and skills acquisition, so that you go from first year, second year, third year, moving on to your masters, and you have that progression in terms of your knowledge and skills. Now, measuring that difficulty is actually quite intricate. I mean, we all define difficulty in different ways. Difficulty can just be, I knew everything else except the one question that was on the paper. Therefore, for me, it was difficult because I couldn't answer that particular question. But that's not really what we mean. So let me tell you a little bit more about how we define the knowledge and skills to achieve a qualification. So I think we talk about level of competence, and we have to gauge whether a student has got a level of competence at each of those levels. And then we assess how difficult the assessment is for candidates, taking in account of everything that it covers. And then we have to monitor and make sure that every assessment is fair and just, because at least in the UK, we live in a world where students have the complete right to contest. If they fail an exam or they fail an assessment, they have the complete right to question, why have you failed me? Please show me why I have failed. So we in the higher education sector and beyond do find we have a huge responsibility, because we sit in judgment of students' achievements, and not only sitting in judgment of students' achievements, we are accountable to those students to be able to defend why they have not achieved those particular standards. So let me tell you a little bit about the Scottish Credit and Qualification Framework. Dear students, I am sure it doesn't on the surface sound terribly exciting as the Scottish Credit and Qualification Framework, but it is actually, when embedded into a qualification, just an amazing, really amazing piece of research with such great practical applications, because we have mapped out what do we mean by these skills. Yeah, so it's there to support learners and to support this lifelong learning, rather than that we simply go into a university, we finish our program, and that is the end of it. Yeah, and it's to include all qualifications. So in fact, when we embed the skills with the knowledge of qualifications, this is right from high school right the way through to PhD. This framework shows us what are the skills that we expect with a student who is in high school doing their first set of assessments. What are the skills then, many years and many hours of study later, that we would expect that student to have if they were now reaching the PhD phase of their career? So what it comes out as is characteristics. What are the characteristics of these employability skills of a higher education? And indeed, the first one, no prizes for anyone understanding its knowledge. Knowledge, yes, but of course, actually, if we learn by heart, we could actually learn by heart, but not understand what we have learned. So it's actually knowledge where we are able to explain, not simply throw down, half a poem on a piece of paper to say, I know it, I've learnt it by heart, but actually to be able to show that we've understood that knowledge, and that it has meaning for us. That one we know, and universities have been doing fantastically on knowledge and understanding, really, since universities were invented. Incidentally, I do believe the first university actually was in India. So we're good on that. We then very, very much, and so much part of our UK education is the practice, the applied knowledge, the skills and the understanding. So it's not having the knowledge in itself, it's actually What do you do with that knowledge? How do you take this thing that you learnt in history, this thing you learnt in geography, this thing that you learnt in maths, this thing that you learnt in IT, put it together so that you're actually making a contribution rather than having silos of, I know this, what am I doing with it? So that application of knowledge is really, really important. And of course, we don't necessarily tell you which knowledge to apply. You've got to know it, you've got to find it from your brain and say that is relevant to this. Generic cognitive skills. Now, I'll tell you more about this later, but I promise you students, this one actually, although it looks, what is that? This is where the fun is, because instead of asking our students to give themselves chronic handache while they are writing their examinations, we bring in these generic cognitive skills, and they really are much, much more engaging. Naturally, in the world of the 21st century, communication is the absolute key. And I think it's the one that if you ask employers, what do your students lack? They would say communication, communication. And indeed, I've seen it many, many times when I've gone into a classroom of students and the students are fantastically respectful. They will sit, they appear to be listening to everything the teacher says. And then the teacher asks a question. And you know what you get? That awful silence. You know, that absolutely nobody is going to communicate that we've got a situation where our students have been taught to listen, but they haven't been taught to, for example, ask a question, to challenge what they're listening, to ask, why? Why did that happen? Tell me more about that. I don't understand that. And this, I think, is very, very powerful in terms of communication, that sitting in silence, maybe in the old world, was a sign of respect for your teachers. It's not what we're looking for now. And I have to say, I have had the pleasure of visiting Symbiosis, and my goodness, you were great, guys. You have plenty of questions for me. It was really very, very illuminating. So something is going right there. Now, the ITC skills are also extremely important, as demonstrated by my own performance this morning, where I have managed to fail, but with colleagues in Symbiosis, I guess we have used our creativity and we have managed to find a way, hopefully, of making this work. And more these days, students, our numeracy skills. And I mean much more than, of the simple mathematics and the formulae that we use for, in the financial world, but this massive world of IT, artificial intelligence, the world of where we are absolutely overwhelmed by data, and we are using data as a form of demonstrating the truth. So we are these days making quite heavy demands on our students in terms of understanding data, using data, evaluating data, presenting data. And the last one is, again, one that the employers will tell me that their graduates do not have. They say, we want to be able to give the to give our employees a task, tell them what we want, and they will get on and do it. We do not necessarily want them to be told every single step of the way and come back asking, is this right? Do you want it like this? Do you not want it like this? We also really want our employees to be accountable, to say when something went wrong, it wasn't the fault of the IT, it was my fault. You know, I have pride in my work. It's important that I get this right. And it's a funny one. And I hope the answer to this rhetorical question for students listening here is a resounding no. But we quite often find that students fail assignments not because of what they wrote in the assignment, but because in fact they failed to manage their time. And they will come back after the assignment date has closed and say, nobody told me I had to hand in my assignment. Nobody told me what time my assignment was due in. So therefore, it's your fault that my work was not handed in on time, you know? Or we get the student who says, well, I couldn't hand in my work because unfortunately my bus was late and therefore I couldn't get to the college and then I couldn't log on to my Wi-Fi network and that is why I haven't handed in my work. No. That's where we bring the accountability in and start to teach our learners very early on, don't make excuses. If you're an excuse maker, you're not what we want in our workplace. We want you to be accountable for your own actions, not an excuse maker. And the last one, I think, is an absolute fundamental of the working world. Everybody works in partnership now. Everybody works in teams. We work in literally symbiosis. You know, symbiosis is about working with other people, about using our individual strengths. And of course, if you think about my early picture of Mr. Bean sitting in his exam room, writing his answers to the questions, that will contribute absolutely nothing to working with others. So I think those are the characteristics embedded in my SCQF framework, and those are the ones that I've taken on board of making sure that those are embedded in my program. So I'm now going to show you a slide that probably no academic should ever show you because there is far too much on this slide, but also give you a little bit of a talk through of what you can see. So I'm not going to deal with knowledge because I think we all understand knowledge. So I'm going to focus much, much more on skills. Yeah, so the application of skills. And what becomes important here is that you are able to plan and execute a project. And it can be advanced, it can be complex. These are the key words coming out of that purple document you can see. We're going to ask you to research. We're going to ask you to investigate professional level problems. We're not going to have an answer ready there for you and tell you the answer. Your task is actually to tell us the answer and work out how to do it. We're going to ask you sometimes to take the rules and a little bit bend them. Do it in a different way. Get a bit creative, but find the answers to the solutions. Maybe you've heard this saying of, if you do the same thing in the same way every single time, in all probability, you will get the same result. And if you've got a problem, you'll carry on having the problem. So we're very much looking at this emphasis on research, critical thinking, problem solving. And maybe when we start to think about that as students, this is actually, I think, much more fun, much more engaging than simply being told this is the right answer. So what we end up doing is just much more empowering of the students. Let's look at our next area, the generic cognitive skills. Sounds very complex, but if I can just pick out for you now those key points, and I think you can say again, this is going to bring some intrinsic interest into the classroom. We're going to ask you to do critical analysis. We're going to ask you to synthesize your ideas, put things together. We're going to ask you to present and evaluate arguments. You know, we're going to ask you to take on board what we call the critical friends. Where, when, what, how, which, why. We're going to ask you to challenge us and question us. So the ideal student in the ideal class becomes not the one who is listening and writing down every word that the teacher is telling them. Students don't write down every word now. Surely they take a photograph of the screen, but the same applies. But is actually raising their hand and saying, why? How? Then what? So that challenging and questioning is what we're building in to our higher educational program. Fairly obviously, the next one is communication, ITC, and numeracy. And let me pick out for you some of the most important factors of that. What you will see in front of you now is I've picked out for you verbatim from the standards. Level 1 is what we would expect you to do perhaps at the age of 14 or so. We would expect you to be level 1. At level 2, you would be finishing high school. This would be level 2. If you are at level 7, you can already see we're asking for more and it's more complex. This will be your first year of undergraduate. If you're at level 8, it's your second year. And if you're at level 11, you are now at a master's level. So we started to define how we make a progression of the application of these skills from the school person, the person at school, right the way through to the master's level and indeed to the PhD level, how we develop these skills. Let me pick out for you some of the most salient points. So we would expect you to be able to convey complex information. And we would expect you to do that with different audiences. So I don't know if any of you have ever come across, let's say, IT specialists or those really skilled finance specialists. And you ask them something and they explain to you. And you are much more confused than you ever were before you asked the question. Well, of course, the skill that was lacking there is the ability to explain complexity to different audiences and to be able to say, to judge your audience and say, my audience doesn't understand my specialization and therefore I should adapt it, or my audience will be insulted if I explain to them at this level, therefore I can address them, you know, as peers. Obviously, using appropriate IT, the numerical and graphical data, and using and being able to communicate for different reasons. You know, are you informing? Are you persuading? Are you selling? Are you pitching? What is the purpose of what you're doing? All of these we feel need to be embedded in the higher educational programs. And by the way, just for complete clarity, the SCQF that I'm presenting now, it is not just for business and finance programs. It is embedded into every program offered at every university within the Scottish Qualifications Framework. So equally, these skills will be in a history degree, in an English degree, in a hospitality and tourism degree, and the same sort of standards are being applied. What differs, of course, is the fifth dimension, the knowledge. And lastly, the autonomy, the accountability, working with others, so often a subject of complaint with employers. Being able to take the lead, being able to work with others, being able to understand that competition in a team is not helpful, managing your own time, working with minimal guidance. We refer to this in academic circles in the UK as spoon feeding. Yeah, spoon feeding. And one of the big difficulties we find with the transition of students from high school to higher education, university level, is that the students have been used to being quite spoon-fed at the lower level. The teacher tells them, and that is the answer. And what we start to bring on board with our first year students in the UK and beyond is this, that you now are responsible for your own research, for your own education. We're not going to give you every handout. We're not going to photocopy of every book for you. We're not going to tell you which page you have to read all the time. We are going to start to expect you to be autonomous. And certainly this is what international students find so difficult when they come to study in the UK, is they're perhaps not used to that autonomy. We say of spoon feeding that spoon feeding teaches you one thing: the shape of the spoon. So, how does it work in practice? Well, each and every module and the assessment of each and every module of every single program, regardless of the subject, is mapped to all 5 characteristics. When it's been mapped, it is then validated by the SQA to say this program meets the standards, not only of the knowledge required for accountancy and finance at first year undergraduate, but also that you have embedded the other 4 critical skills that need to go in with it. And in a way, it's equal weighting that those 5 competencies that I've been presenting, they're not that the skills are the afterthought and they sort of help. They're actually completely embedded. They are completely there. So we balance the assessment so that, let us say we do the assessment. To pass an assessment, the students must demonstrate the knowledge. That is the must. You can't pass if you don't know the knowledge. What we tend to do then, if you don't pass, we will ask you to do your assignment again, repair it. We are very strong believers in that failure is deeply, deeply demotivating, but determination and determination and the will to succeed is very, very motivating. So we simply say, wrong, do it again. And from that doing it again, we turn failure into learning. So that is a basic philosophy of nobody fails. They do it again. They fail if they don't do it again, if they fail to pick up their motivation. Yeah. Now, if the student has passed their assignment, what we then have to think about is how well have they passed that assignment? And in deciding how well they have passed the assignment, we bring on board the skills. So in this assignment, has the student shown that they are working well with other people? Has the student shown that they have really been quite critical of what they've read on an internet article about something or other? Have they really thought carefully, what is the real truth behind what I'm reading? What was the purpose of what I've just read? So those kind of things are what make the student go from the pass up to the distinction or the merit. It is how has that student demonstrated their skills? So we take for granted, if you've passed, you know it. If you got a distinction, you are the student who's been able to show that you've got those embedded IT skills, those communication skills, the criticality, etc., etc. Yeah. So our overall end product, we hope, is a skilled workforce. Students who've grown through their 3 years and beyond of undergraduate study with not only acquiring the knowledge and being assessed on the knowledge, but having no way of escaping that if they want to do well, they have also, they're also showing that they have the skills. Dear audience, thank you very, very much for listening. And if time permits, I would be very, very pleased to take some questions.
Excuse me, ma'am. Should
Yes.
we go ahead with questions?
Yes, please go ahead with questions. I was just about to WhatsApp you. I would be delighted to ask some questions. And I have a challenge for you, dear students. Yeah? When I am amongst students and when I'm not amongst students, I would like to say that you now have a supreme opportunity, students, to demonstrate your employability skills by being the first one to ask a question.
Ma'am, thank you for your time. Your words have made everyone rethink a lot of practices as students. So the first question for you is, skills have different value in different countries. You must have come across many students of different countries. So what is something about their skill approach that has fascinated you as a mentor?
I actually don't completely agree that different skills have different values. I think actually, I think very much, let's take the communication skills. That yes, they most definitely differ. The one thing that we haven't that I haven't mentioned, but would be part of an internationalized embedding of this program would be cultural awareness. Yeah. Now, cultural awareness would be very much part of, for example, a business program. If you were studying human resource management, we would want you to understand that that in different societies, there are different ways of communicating. We would want you to understand that there are different levels of formality. And there are different ways of different forms of address. And sort of, hi guys, how you all doing? Are you in a good mood this morning? Is everybody fine? That might work in an American university. I don't think that would be what I would do in India, And I think also embedded in our skills is also cultural awareness, respect. So when I talked about teamwork, although we encourage criticality, we also have to balance criticality with respect. And yes, we can be critical of some things, but we are not critical of other things. Some things we have to say it is not appropriate to be critical of that. Generally, it begins with an R, and it's race and it's religion and those kind of things. And we also teach students about taboos. I think those taboos. And possibly also the fine art of getting it wrong and apologizing. Thank you for a very, very good question. I hope I answered that. I hope I answered that effectively.
Yes, ma'am, it was a great answer. Ma'am, we have another question for you. Applied knowledge has started to take the forefront in the educational world, but this is more important and more prominent in higher studies and during our master's degree, but it's less prominent in the middle school or primary education. So why do you think there is such a gap, and can anything be done to make sure applied and practical knowledge is made more important right from the start of the education, like in the primary level?
Yes, and this is something that, of course, with the Scottish framework, it is absolutely embedded all the way through. And I think I mentioned what I call my critical friends: where, when, what, how, who, which. Yeah. But I think on the other hand, we also have to say that you cannot run before you can walk. But I think what we also have to embed with our students is that the teacher is, on one hand, the source of knowledge, and that there are times when it is absolutely right to respect the teacher. And what the teacher says is what the students must do. That tends to be quite primary school, but also even at primary school, reading a story, we ask the students, well, why do you think she did that? Why do you think she did that? So we do ask the students to think. And yes, sometimes it gets quite awkward. May I give an example? You may be aware that throughout Europe, we have Father Christmas. Perhaps you've come across Father Christmas. Now, we have taught our students, even at quite a young age, to ask questions. And you have a student in a primary school raises his hand and says, Miss, does Father Christmas exist? Now, if that student had said to me, does God exist? I would say it is about what you believe. Because I think that is that is a very precious answer. We all know, I hope there's no 7-year-olds in the audience, because I'm about to destroy your belief in Father Christmas. We all know as adults, Father Christmas doesn't exist. So with a child developing critical thinking, what is my duty? To say to the child, no, Father Christmas doesn't exist. It's like Snow White. It's a story. It's something we do. So yes, it's not without its challenges, definitely not without its challenges, but most certainly we would be expecting that criticality at undergraduate level. And this is why we have strongly moved against examinations, because we feel that in a 3-hour time window, no student can formulate and solve a problem. In the real world, you give me a problem and you give me 3 hours to solve it, I might not do my best. So I think that's where we're moving it all the way through. And no, it's not perfect. And there are intrinsic difficulties. And as teachers and as educators, I do believe our job is enhanced, and that we can give so much more to our students by being in a position to answer their questions and take their challenges. Yeah, while also saying that there are times when what I say as the teacher, that is the right thing to do, and we cannot discuss it, or we do not discuss that. Does that answer the very good question?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Thank you so much for your insightful session. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now hand over to Siddharth.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful words. It was an amazing session. I now call upon our very own Professor, Dr. Nilofer Raina, Head, Symbiosis Center for Skill Development, to conclude the session with a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon, Teresa ma'am. This is Nilofer this side.
Good afternoon.
It's nice seeing you, listening to you, and a warm welcome from Symbiosis. A big namaskar from all of us here, ma'am. And we had a wonderful, insightful session from you. It was great learning, listening, and we have made notes, and we'll be discussing it with our teams. Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful to have you. A very good afternoon. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I have slightly updated the presentation for you to give us a handout.
Okay, ma'am. Okay,
so
ma'am.
I will send you an updated presentation.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa, ma'am. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to esteemed guests, faculty, and student friends. On behalf of Center for Skill Development, it gives me immense pleasure to give concluding remarks for 2 days National Level Skill Convention program, conducted in the online mode. The scheme of the convention was Digital Interventions and Best Practices for Skilling India. The program was inaugurated by our very own principal, Dr. Rishikesh Soman. The day one had galaxy of speakers. Our first speaker was Ms. Antara Bahaduri, BFSI expert and content lead at Vagons Consulting and co-founder of Learning Kosh. Her talk highlighted integrating technology in the corporate space and educational institutions, the advancing technology trends and its pros and cons. She stated that e-learning has become a huge part of our ecosystem, and it is safe to assume that is here to stay. She also emphasized on growing importance of digitization in core banking functions. Our next speaker was Dr. Pallavi Tak, the Assistant Vice President of OSS, elaborated on life skills that can be used in entrepreneurial environment. She gave engaging and interesting examples from our day-to-day life that were very well comprehended. Ma'am spoke on the Center for Innovation and Incubation and Entrepreneurship, where she helps women entrepreneurs establish their businesses and empowers them to grow as a woman in the business field. According to her, the mantra for a successful startup is know your people, what are we trying to solve, and what is our business model. Our next speaker was a HR expert, Mr. Supratim Chaudhary. He spoke on how we have to visit the 4 V's in management, and he highlighted various topics ranging from digital inclusion to 4 V's in management. Our last speaker for the day one was Mr. Soumya Jain, and CEO of I Teach Schools. He explained the importance of skilling for our youth from a very early age and wowed the audience with his practical approach towards skilling. He focused on how skill development should happen every day and should be incorporated in all lessons that are taught. He spoke that having weekly challenges designed for students, the goal of which is to inculcate students having a holistic approach towards life problems and having a critical point of view towards any circumstances they face in the future. The first day of National Skill Convention concluded with a video of our very own skill ambassadors expressing their views on incorporating skills into our daily lives as a youth. It was very well received by one and all. Moving on to day 2. Skill Convention, where we were very fortunate to have a host of brilliant speakers. Mr. Rishi Kapal was our first speaker of the day. He spoke on career initiation can lead to skilling for the future-ready India. He said that how corporate skills are important for our young aspirants. Sir also mentioned about current industry scenario, how 6 sectors are running faster than others. He spoke about essentials like banking, broadband, IT, e-commerce, entertainment, energy, edutech, e-health. Lastly, he stressed on digital transformation and skill sets, must for fast-tracking career, ranging from digital marketing to analytics to cybersecurity. Moving on to our next speaker, Ms. Shruti Chake. Right from Ladakh, she was there for us, interacting with our young minds. Goal-oriented, collaborative exhibition designer with an interest in the educative sector and is very passionate about innovative learning experiences. She shared her insights on Anandi that deals with students of special needs, Jeevandhara School which supports students with cognitive challenges, and how the Market Zone app helped during the pandemic and changed the vision towards typical education. She reiterated that how Himalayan Institute of Alternatives is providing alternatives for mountain development and focuses on providing a sustainable livelihood to people around through an approach of 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic being replaced by 3 H's, bright heads, kind hearts, and skilled hand. Her session was well received by one and all. Moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Yogesh Kulkarni, Executive Director of Vigyan Ashram. Sir shared success stories of the students of Vigyan Ashram, creating entrepreneurs from the students of rural India. We were very lucky, ma'am, that we have visited Vigyan Ashram for 3 visits we have taken to that ashram. And it is a different experience altogether, seeing students work in the virtual lab as well as working in the vocational training centers. It's a real treat, ma'am. And he said that the absence of development in community can become an opportunity to learning hands-on activity. We are looking forward to visiting Vigyan Ashram, Kulkarni sir. And we are very fortunate to have in our midst our Teresa ma'am for the valedictory session. And ma'am focused on integrating skills into syllabus and assessment of higher education business program, practical lessons on implementing the Scottish SCQF, Scottish Credit and Qualification Framework, which is set to support learnings and lifelong learning rather than simply getting into university and to finish the program, that is the ending. Ma'am, we at Symbiosis also aim at integrating skills into curriculum. We have innovative pedagogy. We organize workshops and lectures to, strengthen our industry academia interface. And we have a visionary principal, a very encouraging vice principal, ma'am. And we are blessed to have many industry experts on board who are there to collaborate, who are there to share ideas. And, this is the way we are also revisiting our teaching, learning pedagogy and teaching, learning curriculum. So this is all from my side. It was wonderful having you all on board. And now I move on to our Alita. She'll be proposing the vote of thanks. Thank you, one, and thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your invaluable words. Before we propose the vote of thanks, let's have a glimpse of the 2-day National Skill Convention 2022. Over to Sahil. Hope you all enjoy the video. Dietrich Bonhoeffer once said, "Life cannot be rich without gratitude." Today's program won't be complete without expressing our gratitude to all those who made it possible. I, Alita Anna Shajan, on behalf of Symbiosis Center for Skill Development, take immense pleasure in proposing today's vote of thanks. I would like to start by extending my thanks to Mr. Rishi Kapal, Ms. Shruti Chakke, Dr. Yogesh Kulkarni, and Ms. Teresa Jacobs for gracing this event with your insightful thoughts. A big thank you to Ms. Harini Desigan, Ms. Ritika Chawla, and Mr. Sriram Subramani for sharing your perspectives on skilling. No program of this college can be wholesome without having the presence and inspiring words of our principal, Dr. Hrishikesh Suman, and Vice Principal, Dr. Tessie Tadathil. On behalf of Center for Skill Development, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Even though no amount of thanks is enough to describe the support and guidance of Nilofer ma'am, a teacher in charge and the head of Center for Skill Development, has showered us with. We wholeheartedly thank you for your encouragement and never-ending enthusiasm. I'd also like to thank our professor in charge, Dr. Sheena Matthews and Dr. Anil Adagle, for constantly providing us with your supervision and valuable assistance. A special thanks to Ms. Ashwini Kotari, Ms. Purti Gangal, Ms. Vaishali Vaidya, Ms. Diya Devare, and Registrar Ms. Gandhali Parulekar for your unfailing support throughout the event. I'd also like to thank our IT team, Nitin sir and Nazir sir, for their constant support in all our technicalities. An event like this cannot take place overnight. The wheels started rolling weeks ago. We've been fortunate to be backed by a dedicated group of skill ambassadors and skill coordinators without whom this event would not have been possible. Thank you, team, for your relentless pursuit to make this a grand success. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the heart and soul of this program, our dear audience, for boosting our spirits by being a part of this. Thank you once again and have a wonderful day ahead. Please fill in the feedback form before you leave. Thank you.